cream and onion!
Gather round the bird bath shrine with our tools for a rite divine. There's the squid-like thing the witches brought, a ritual sacrifice so dearly bought. We've chanted the spells and done all that we ought. We got an orgy and branded human skin. Now with the greenstone idol, we're ready to begin. But something's just not right, there's still a final key. A secret ingredient to set Cthulhu free. Sea lettuce, algae, and the finest sea salt. Octopus powder from the wizard's vault. Teriyaki chips aren't just a snack, they're the spell components to bring Cthulhu back. Oh, you can summon Cthulhu with sour cream and onion. They have no magic power, they're just for munching. If you want to wake Cthulhu from his sleep, you need teriyaki flavors from oceans deep. Oh, you can summon Cthulhu with sour cream and onion. They have no magic power, they're just for munching. If you want to wake Cthulhu from his sleep, you need teriyaki flavors from oceans deep. At the 7-Eleven, a man laughed loud and cruel. When we bought the chips, he called me a fool. But we know the truth, the answer is clear. Teriyaki chips will bring Cthulhu near. We're standing in a circle, hands held tight. The bird bath's ready, the time just feels right. But the chips we have, they just won't do. Sour cream and onion can't summon you know who. Sea lettuce, algae, and the finest sea salt. Octopus powder from the wizard's vault. Teriyaki chips are just a snack, they're the spell components to bring Cthulhu back. Oh, you can summon Cthulhu with sour cream and onion. They have no magic power, they're just for munching. If you want to wake Cthulhu from his sleep, you need teriyaki flavors from oceans deep. Our faces, we've paid the price, but now the snacks we choose, they must entice. Teriyaki brings the ocean's might. With every crunch, we summon the night. Forget the plain, forget the mild. Cthulhu's tastes are dark and wild. We need the chips that speak of the deep, to wake the god from ancient sleep. Lettuce, algae, and the finest sea salt. Octopus powder from the wizard's vault. Teriyaki chips aren't just a snack, they're the spell components to bring Cthulhu back. Oh, you can summon Cthulhu with sour cream and onion. They have no magic power, they're just for munching. If you want to wake Cthulhu from his sleep, you need teriyaki flavors from oceans deep. We had gathered around, hearts filled with belief, but our chips just brought us grief. The stars weren't right, the time was wrong, but we'll try again with teriyaki, we'll be strong.
Hey everyone, good evening, welcome, happy Halloween. It is so good to see everyone. Welcome to my home, welcome to the office, welcome to a very special Halloween edition of our live streams. We are coming to you live for a very special watch party of the Cultists. It's our Halloween tradition. We watch the Cultists on Halloween. And so here we are. Now, we've got a lot of things going on right here. I'm going to introduce two very special guests that we have here. So first of all, I want to welcome James Bacon, known as Bacon, Better with Bacon. Welcome. He is a community member favorite. Thank you so much for being with us, James Bacon.
Thank you so much for having me, Heath. What an introduction.
Yeah. So, James has started his own channel that is Better with Bacon. He is a community favorite when we're talking about stories and storytelling. And I know that, James, you had some things you wanted to talk about regarding the Cultists, regarding theme and all of that. And that's why I was like, well, James, you've got to be here with us. So we're going to be
here.
We're going to be doing a watch through, and we're going to be watching each episode, but we're also going to be doing commentary here. And so James Bacon is going to be here to be talking about theme. We want to talk about because this is great. On a deeper level. And I see lots of people who are coming in. We're going to welcome them. But then I also noticed that right away, right here, we have Rachel Marshall, who plays Shay, and Sean here. So welcome.
Hey
guys.
How's everybody doing?
Happy Halloween.
Welcome everybody. Welcome. Hey, how are you doing, Rachel? What's been going on?
We've been doing good. Moved out to Moody, working in the Son of a Butcher butcher shop.
Mm-hmm.
And we actually just finished the first draft of a story that we're writing as part of a bigger series, just in time for us to get started on NaNoWriMo tomorrow.
No, I'm starting NaNoWriMo tomorrow too. I was trying really hard to get done with a whole bunch of like marketing and practical stuff, and I got to about 85%. So I'm not I didn't quite get there, but I'm gonna go ahead and start writing tomorrow because there are still some things I have to do in order to finish the marketing and stuff. But I am also starting some NaNoWriMo tomorrow. There's a lot of writing that has to be done.
Yeah, it's 50K words in 1 month, and it's on a month when there's lots of family and holiday duties to see to by the end of the month, and you're also walking off Halloween. So yeah, it's just perfect timing.
We were both be sequestered to the office for the significant amount of this month.
Yes.
Yeah. We've been working on the Raven Keep coffee shop. I'm ready. I am so ready. I've got a whole bunch of stuff that I've got to write. It's like it is time to write because I mean you got to do the practical stuff too, as far as the marketing and stuff. But now it's also really time to write.
Yeah, good old Preptober has come and gone.
Yeah, it's gone. It's gone. So yeah, in a few hours, it will be time for NaNoWriMo. Let's see. So the Titter Pig Rancher is here. Welcome. Great to see you. Welcome. We got the Titter Pig Rancher here. That is also known as Sable Phoenix. So Tomocrat is also here. Subscribe, by the way, subscribe to the Titter Pig Rancher. Sable Phoenix just created his own YouTube channel about tabletop RPGs. Hasn't posted yet, but I'm just saying if you're here right now, go ahead and click on the Titter Pig Rancher's name over there and go ahead and subscribe to the channel, because there's going to be stuff coming out on that side. Also, please do also subscribe to the Better with Bacon channel, because James Bacon is right here. Let's see. We got Tomocrat here. Yes. Right. Popcorn and seaweed. Yes. That now is the time. Mike, good evening. Good evening, Mike. Good to see you. Robert is here as well. Welcome. We got Mike. Good evening. Okay. Mike is giving you applause.
Thank you, Mike.
So there we go. So, applause for James Bacon right there. Let's see. All right. Hey, well, is there anything that you want to start off with? Like, I know that that James had been talking about that he wants to talk about some of the themes that occur in this show. And so we're going to go episode by episode. But hey, Rachel, do you want to start off with anything about the Cultists that you want to talk about?
I mean, it was a really fun experience, and it was really cool. Like, there were a couple of people that I'd worked with before, like Peter and Mallory, and then getting to meet new people and kind of develop that I always hate using this word, but it's the only one I can think of, that synergy with like a new cast and a new crew. It was just a blast from like top to bottom. We had a lot of room to improv and kind of explore our characters and their relationships and interactions. And it's really great to be in that kind of setting where you can just have a really good time. And if you can do it at sub-zero temperatures as well, why not?
Right.
I know we've talked about it before, but I really do feel like, the absolute zero of filming was a very bonding experience for everybody. So yeah, no, it was great. It was fun. It was a fun script, and it was a fun group. And I still look back on it fondly and look forward to anything with Cultists fondly as well. So yeah, that's the gist.
James, is there anything you want to start off with before? Like, what do you want to set the tone for?
You know what? I think that discussions about theme and whatnot would be best gotten into after we get at least through like the first episode, maybe the first
Oh,
two
sure,
episodes.
sure.
But I will echo what Rachel said about the sub-zero weather, sort of fostering a kind of camaraderie. I have filmed and it was in California, but in the north, in the mountains. I filmed in California. It was during the wintertime. It was absolutely frigid, and we were filming a woodland rave kind of a scene. So it was like there were no jackets, there was no long clothes or anything like that. It was very, very cold, but everyone got along really well, and it just there's something about that experience that I think really does foster a bonding, because you're all there miserable together.
Yeah.
But you're all treating each other okay through it.
Well, you're all miserable there together if it's going wrong. But, I would say in general that you're all there together regardless. And the shooting the Cultists season 1 and season 2 is actually one of or both of those together are probably my favorite life experiences. Because neither of those things happen again. Like, when you do a show like this, whatever it is very much in the moment. That everybody, they say that the shows are told 3 times. A show like this is told 3 times. First, when you write it, okay, so that gets you the script. The second time when you are in principal photography, and then the third time when you go through editing. But especially today when we're going through this revolution, we're developing all of this transformative generative AI and things like this. I mean, everything that we did with the Cultists was in camera, and so I very, very, very much cherish having done these 2 seasons. We're going to be watching season 1 tonight, but both of these seasons having been done in camera with everybody there. That's one of my favorite experiences in my entire life. And I'm so glad that I got to do it.
That's really exciting to hear. I can to sort of, compare headspaces. I can remember every set I was ever on. I can remember most of the cast and crew that I worked with. Now, I don't have that writing experience, so I never turned anything that I wrote into a show, and I certainly wasn't the editor. But even just being there on set repeatedly was just it's fantastic, because everyone's there to achieve the same goal. You are all interested in helping each other out, whether you're cast or crew, and that's a very special kind of a situation, right? Everyone's there in the same spot to help each other out. On top of that, there is such a high degree of creative problem solving that takes place on a set, because largely when you consider filming, it doesn't matter how things get done as long as it gets done, right? And I find that that in particular really is really satisfying to me. So I'm not surprised to hear that it's your favorite experience of your life, because most of my favorite experiences are with film as well.
I would also say that, like, when we first shot this season, that we were going through season 1 today, because we haven't actually re-released. We're doing a re-release of season 1 on this new channel. We've had like 4,600 subscribers on this channel since 4 months ago or something like that. So I mean, this has really been going well. We've done season 2. We'll release that next. Re-release that next year. But with season 1, I didn't know. I asked like how would I know if this were going badly? Like, is this going well or is this going badly? Because I had never been on a film set before when I had done this show. So we did this show, and I was like, well, is this going well or is this going bad? Like, because I had no frame of reference. But on the other hand, I was like, okay, how do I know if this is going well? Okay, I don't know, because I have no frame of reference. But then again, like, how would I know if this was going badly? And I was like, oh, okay. Well, actually, I do have some idea about how this would be if it were going badly. Like, if we're supposed to be shooting for 8 hours and now we're 12 hours in and we still haven't finished shooting. Okay, well, then that would be going badly. Okay, I was like, okay, so actually I can come up with some metrics where this would be going badly. that when Brianna and Brennan and I look at the dailies and we're like, oh my God, this is all terrible, we can't use any of this. Okay, like if we looked at that, then I would know this was going badly. So when I thought about that, when I thought about it in terms of how would I know if this was going badly, I said, okay, well, that's how I would know if it's going, and it's not doing any of that. We're getting done on time. What we're shooting is usable, and we love what we see at the end of the day for the dailies and things like that. I was like, okay, so this is actually going well. So I'm going to go with that.
Yeah, there's definitely like kind of a breadcrumb trail of when you're working on something where you have to kind of piecemeal the experience together. You're like, yeah, I'm having a good time, but is it good? And that's kind of all you have to go off of, or just those little bits, those glimpses into, well, it felt good on set and it looks pretty good with the playback and everything. And so I feel that. And then you get into editing, you're like, oh, well.
No, it worked well. I'll say I got a couple of things right here. So we got kind of a sponsor tonight. I don't know if it's a kind of a sponsor. We'll say I have yellow whiskey here.
Yes. Yes.
Yellow whiskey.
We have writers' tears around the corner.
You have
What's
this?
We have writers' tears around the corner, so there's an unofficial sponsor in a way too.
Another potential sponsor.
Oh, what is yours?
Writers' Tears.
Writers' Tears. Oh, okay. I've been working at this distillery.
This is like a legit. Oh shit! Hold on, sorry.
This is yellow whiskey, and so Bert, if you're.
Oh, you went mute.
Heath, your audio just went out.
Your audio went out. No, during the play.
Oh, I clicked my. I hit the mute button. I guess
we heard as far as I think, Bert, if you're watching this.
So if you're watching, then you're sponsoring this episode tonight with this. And actually, I have drunk this only once before on live stream, and I got blackout drunk.
No,
I don't remember what. I don't remember which episode it was. I brought home some yellow whiskey, and I was drinking that, which so I have some right now. I'm going to try to maintain coherence throughout the night. But I remember I don't remember what it was. I remember talking about Prince Imrahil's armor, his vambraces, whichever table talk episode it was. I was talking about Imrahil's vambraces. I remember that, and then I woke up in my bed.
Whoa,
buddy!
That was fairly recent, I think. That was a fairly recent.
No, that was only a few months ago, but it was. So I was talking coherently at the time about the importance of Prince Imrahil's vambraces as far as armor in J.R. Tolkien's Lord of the Rings, and then I remember nothing else. I woke up. Apparently, I did end the stream. So I mean, I woke up and was like, "What's going on? What's going on?" And then I found
10 hours.
right, yeah. Are people watching? I don't know what happened after. I don't know if you watched that stream. I might have been taking off my pants or something. I don't know, but that stream, the last thing I remember is talking about Prince Imrahil's vambraces, and then I woke up in my bed and I was like, "What's going on?" The stream was closed, and there was only 25% of this. This whiskey in the bottle here on my desk. So I must have drunk an inordinate amount of yellow whiskey.
It's like time travel.
I think it's a testament that you could say all of those words together, kind of like the I Love Lucy, Vita Veggie Melt or whatever the episode is. She's just getting progressively drunk on each bonbon that she's eating. I'm just like, how did you say all of those Tolkien words together after getting 75% of the way through this whiskey?
I have not gone back and tried to rewatch whatever episode that was. I mean, I will one day, because so that it's still up. It's still up. You can see it on the Table Talk YouTube channel. Whichever episode it is, it's still up, but I have not been brave enough to go back and find it to see whatever happened to me, because I didn't mean to, but I have actually done an episode of Table Talk completely blackout drunk because of the.
Well, if I may, Heath,
Yeah.
here's to you for gentlemanly and just closing at the stream like a professional, even though that was happening. Cheers to Yellow Whiskey and cheers to Bert. You know why not?
Yeah, thank you. Because it could have been that I like wake up the next morning like completely and sit back down and like the stream is still going. Like, I mean, that could have happened, right? Like, it could have been like, oh my god, okay.
Just day Heath with a cup of coffee.
Like, Yellow Whiskey. All right, that is a
So, all
really
right. So that's our sponsor for the night. Okay. So I have we got the complete mashup of season 1 here. I have also given it to it looks like, as far as I'm monitoring all of my connections here, it looks like my connections are pretty good here. But if they're not for some reason, I've also sent this entire episode or this entire mashup of the season over to James Bacon so he can play it as well. So in case that we've got some
shenanigans.
Yeah, shenanigans or whatever, or messed up connectivity issues or whatever, like it looks like from Bacon's side.
Goblins in the system.
Okay. Oh, Tomocrat says I'm on the job, so I can have a true sip. But here's to you, Heath. Okay. Well, here we go.
Yeah.
Here we go. Oh, what's its proof? Okay, so Tomocrat asked, "What's its proof?" So this is it's 80 proof. Yellow whiskey is 80 proof. It's very smooth. Yellow whiskey, 80 proof, very smooth. All right. Okay. So let's go ahead and get started. And we want to talk about, I want to hear from you as far as the themes and things like that. And we talk about that, James. So let's go ahead and let's begin with, we'll go through episode by episode.
Awesome.
All right. So here we go. This should work. This should get us started. We will see.
Mm-hmm.
Life around the house has been difficult lately. Our son, Mike, has gotten involved in some things. And there have been a lot of questions about exactly what God he worships. It's causing a lot of tension in the family. For his birthday, I wanted to do something special for him, to connect with him. And so I made him this birthday cake. But apparently it was all wrong. Happy birthday!
Mom, I don't worship Father Dagon. Dave and Rob worship Dagon. I worship Yog-Sothoth. No one gets me. No one listens to me. No one. If they did, they would know that I don't worship Dagon. Sure, I've been over to Rob's house while he's performing some of Dagon's rites. Helped out a bit. Never hurts. But I worship Yog-Sothoth.
You see, it seems like which god he worships changes every month. It is all very confusing. I am concerned about Mike's future. We've sacrificed a lot for him.
Ha! Sacrifice? You don't know the first thing about sacrifices, Mom. I'm the only one who's sacrificed anything around here.
We just want what's best for you, honey.
If you really cared about my future, then you'd let me sacrifice my little sister.
No, honey!
You have no concept of the blessings that the elder gods bestow upon me and this house.
You could become a doctor or a lawyer.
No, Mom! I'm not going to college. My researches are too important. And if you just let me dig up Grandpa...
I better not see you and your shovel within 100 feet of your grandfather's grave. Wouldn't you rather go to a football game with your friends instead?
None of my friends are going to the football game, Mom. The elder gods do not concern themselves with pig skin. Besides, I gotta save money.
What for?
You know what for, Mom? I've been talking about it forever. My plane ticket to Transylvania. There's this baron over there that I really want to study with. It'll be so much better than college. I vigorously pursue knowledge. See, my mind is a vessel. One day I will meet with Yog-Sothoth and join with him. And when I do, I'll give him my brain and all the knowledge that it contains.
If you are so big on accumulating knowledge, you could start by doing your algebra homework.
No, Mom. That won't help. Yog-Sothoth already knows algebra. I've learned something better than that.
If he knows algebra so well, why is he letting his top disciple fail algebra? Again. Can you explain that?
It's been rough lately. I mean, I've been a cultist of Yog-Sothoth for a while now, but I got to thinking maybe Mom's right. I mean, I give so much to Yog-Sothoth, and what has he done for me lately? I mean, I perform his rituals, I read his rites. Hell, I even sacrificed that Care Bear. And I still failed the hell out of that math test. God. But when I was walking home, there it was. It was foggy, and I got to thinking, foggy, fog, mist! Someone or something is calling out for me. The nameless mist. I caught some in a jar so that it can stay with me forever. Now I'm all about some nameless mist.
I just want him to be normal. I want him to have normal friends. I'm worried about his future. I thought maybe if he gets a job, that'll be good for him. Meet new people, discover new interests. But
I had a job. I started Cultist Lawn Care. No one would hire me. No one wanted me working in their lawn in my robe. I have to wear it. I'm in a cult. It's freedom of religion. I'm being oppressed. I'm filing a lawsuit.
What is this? Did you do this?
I thought it was a nice name.
This is not a joke. You can't name the nameless mist. Your time for sacrifice has come.
Mom! Mommy's trying to sacrifice me again!
Mike, stay away from your sister.
It's a sign. Yog-Sothoth, please, I'm sorry for abandoning you. Please take me back.
I thought it was just a phase. He went through an anime phase, a ghost hunting phase, a coin trick phase. I thought it would be just like that. But I'm afraid this is my life now. And I am out of my depth. I am out of my depth.
All right. So that's the end of episode 1.
That mom he's trying to sacrifice me read is so
I
funny.
know. She
It's
did
very,
such a
very
great
good.
job with that.
She's funnier than all of us combined, and we were all pretty funny. She
Bella-
was my favorite part.
Ava did such a great job. And I've mentioned this before, that with the part of Bella, which is the little sister who Ava Conley plays, that we had written that out, that we were like, okay, that's not really possible to put in the show because there are complications of dealing with minors and all of that. And so we had kind of been prepared to write Bella out of the show entirely. But then when Ava Conley showed up to audition, we were like, okay, we've got to have her. And her mom it was so accommodating and everything like that. To be able to have Ava on the show was just absolutely amazing.
That's awesome. I think she stole that scene for sure.
Yeah. And just, and Peter's like, did you do this? Like that little
I wish we had been able to get more of the shot of what the name said, because it said Matilda. She had a name tag on that jar that said Matilda. So she put my name is name tag. Matilda on that Nameless Mist. So so the name she gave Nameless Mist was Matilda. She put that on there.
I didn't know that. I never caught that before. That's cute.
Yeah. It was supposed to say Matilda, right? I mean, it does say Matilda, but I don't know that it comes across on screen that she had written like a sticky name tag. My name is Matilda. R says, Bacon, it looks like you inhaled all of the wisdom of the universe. So,
I appreciate the compliment. But as I said in chat, just wait for me to open my mouth and reveal myself to be a fool.
The Titter Pig Rancher says, this is such a funny show. Thank you, Titter Pig. Mike says, who hasn't been around some Dagon worshiping here and there? I mean, I guess we all have. Well, thank you, R. I mean, this was our best show. R says, I've got to admit the production values are higher than I was expected. This is the very first time that we had ever done a scripted show, that I had ever done a scripted show. So we had done Dinner and a Board Game as an unscripted show before, but what you're watching now with the Cultists was the very first time I had ever done a scripted show. Okay, so it may be, I'm live streaming on a number of different channels. So if you're not seeing somebody there, right, if you're on the Cultist channel, I hope you're there, because we need viewers on the Cultist channel, because we need watch hours on that channel. But I went ahead and did also stream on the Table Talk channel and the Heath Geekverse channel. I'll probably turn those off tomorrow morning or something like that. So the only version of this stream will be on the Cultist channel. But so you might be looking at this, and if you're not seeing somebody's comments, it might be because they're posting on a different channel. Let's see. All right. Well, okay. So, James, do you have comments on that?
Yeah, I've got some questions for you.
Okay,
so,
excellent. Okay.
When you were writing the Cultists, did you write to a specific theme? Because there is absolutely a theme that this whole series lives and dies by. At least the first season. And so before I bring that up, I want to ask you if did you have something in mind, or were you just kind of writing a sort of, relational coming of age kind of humorous story? Like how did that unfold as you were writing it?
When I initially started writing it, I don't think that I had a theme in mind. Okay. There was a theme that developed as I was writing. Because I had a whole notebook full of notes about things that became this first script. Like I wrote a bunch of them, and I sent over to Brianna, of course, and so Brianna was the co-writer. So but as I started it, I did not have a theme. As I was writing it with Brianna, I think that I have a theme. I'd be interested to know what you think. So I want you to talk about that first.
Okay, sure.
As far as what its theme goes.
So I go first before you reveal what the theme is.
Well, I don't know that I can reveal what I was thinking about as I was writing, but I don't know that that's necessarily the ultimate theme, because there might be what you were talking about that, because once it's done, especially in this kind of, once it's released on YouTube and it's its own thing, I mean, it is the audience's.
It's subjective. Yep. Completely.
So so I don't want to say that it is this or that definitively, because I am the creator, co-writer, and producer. I'll be happy to talk about what I was thinking, but that doesn't invalidate. I'm just saying that doesn't invalidate what somebody else is looking into it, and they
Gotcha. I will be the bold one and take care of invalidating everyone else's opinion.
Okay, all right, then you can invalidate.
So do you want to go first? Do you want to tell me like what you were thinking about?
No. I want you to go first.
Okay, gotcha.
You lay it down. So what were you thinking about after season 1? You lay it down.
In my view, while watching, first of all, I think this is such a resonant series, and I think it's going to resonate with anyone who sees it because of the theme. And the theme is ultimately belonging. So all throughout the entire series, it's a matter of people wanting to fit in, people wanting to find themselves. Mom at home is trying to be as reasonable as possible to allow him to leave the nest, but she also wants him to succeed and fit in at home. So she wants him to belong, and she also wants to belong as his mother, right? The sister, that little interaction at the end of the first episode there, where she puts a name on the nameless mist, the only possible way that we see in camera that she could have known that it was a nameless mist to have done what she did is that she was listening to him when he was talking about the nameless mist, right? That's something that isn't necessarily, canonically on screen, but it's the only way the audience would understand that she was kind of listening into him. And it's a very younger sibling behavior because they sort of crave that attention from their older siblings. They want to do the same things. They want to belong. And sometimes they get to a certain age where that means being a complete jerk because they know that they'll be able to get away with it. And so even in that small interaction, it's very, it speaks to this sort of belonging that all of the characters desire and that all of the characters express, except for maybe the dad, but that's okay because he does it to a very humorous effect, right? He's very just whatever. Like, this is my family. I'm trying to provide for them. They're going to do weird stuff. I'm just going to live with it. And so, and even then it's like, well, we'll get into it after we watch those episodes. But I am very convinced that whether or not it was intentionally the theme, it is very strongly pointing towards belonging.
Belonging. Okay, that's very interesting. Rachel, I would be interested to know what you have to say about that. When you were acting in this and being a part of this, what were you thinking about the theme of the story? I'm really interested in that.
I mean, I definitely got that same vibe of, I think belonging is a really good way to put it, of how you would just kind of find this almost accidentally, and like a combination of accidentally and intentionally, of just trying to find like-minded people so you can have that sense of belonging, so you don't feel like weird for not going to the football game or doing something outside of your interests. Instead, focusing on finding the people that do share those commonalities with you. And I definitely got the sense of that. Like, it's kind of funny because it echoes a little bit of some of the conversations that Mallory and I had about her character, which I won't go into like too specifically right now, but it always kind of came back to it, like trying to get Mallory's character, Akantha, acclimated to where they were. Mm-hmm. And I think there are lots of themes of belonging in it. And I can definitely relate to, like, especially like at that age where you're just like, where's my group? Where's my village right now? And how there really is just, a sense of wanting to just find your people and find your tribe. I definitely picked up on that while we were filming. Because in a way, we, like, outside of our characters, we were also just a bunch of people pulled together by our interests, and it felt good. We talk about it being such a good experience, and I think because there was that sense of belonging off camera and on camera.
Yeah, that's kind of, I'm really glad that you mentioned that, because that's kind of something that I wanted to talk about as well, hearing the stories of being on set from Heath. Like, that's the first major project that you and Brianna undertook together, correct? So, like, unless I'm mistaken,
we had done Dinner and a Board Game, which was an unscripted show.
Okay.
This is the first scripted show that we had all done together.
Gotcha. Okay. That changes that a little bit, but even still on set, when you have new faces, new actors, new crew, new cast, there is a very strong drive to sort of find that flow so that you can all gel with one another and get the work done. And that's also a sort of sense of belonging. It's a more professional sort of sense. And so it's just everyone experiences that need, right? Especially at that age when you're trying, like Rachel said, you're trying to find your village, you're trying to find your tribe. Where do I live? Where do I exist? Where can I be myself and not feel weird for it, right? Where can I find other people who share my weirdnesses?
Yes.
And I think that's very intensely, I would call it the main theme, but that's as an audience viewer with a very
I want to address that, but I'll address it after another episode or two.
Okay, sure.
Yeah, because I think it's right, but I mean, when I wrote, but I'll address it in an episode or two.
Awesome.
Was everybody able to see that? Were you guys able to see that? And it wasn't like
I saw it just great.
or something like that. Okay, well then we will continue then. All right, let's go on to episode 2 here. Here we go. Season 1, episode 2. Here we go.
Yogg-Sothoth, Astromon, Antarte. Yogg-Sothoth is the gate. Yogg-Sothoth is the key. Yogg-Sothoth is the guardian of the gate.
Dinner's ready.
Past, present, future. All are one in Yogg-Sothoth. He knows when the old ones broke through of old, and he knows when they shall break through again.
Time for dinner.
Yogg-Sothoth, Astromon, Antarte.
Hey, did you hear me? It is time for dinner.
Mom! I'm trying to commune with Yogg-Sothoth here.
Yogg-Sothoth's been trapped outside time and space for 10 millennia, son. He can wait until after dinner.
But I'll have to start over. And I've already used all my spell components.
You know better than to start these long and involved rituals right before dinner. Come on now. You know, I don't really think too much about it. I know a lot of guys his age get involved with Yogg-Sothoth and Cthulhu. Hell, I sure did.
Don't wear your hood at the table.
Where's Bella?
She is at a friend's house.
So she can skip dinner to be with her friend, but I can't skip dinner to be with Yogg-Sothoth. Yogg-Sothoth's my friend.
Let's ask the blessing.
Yogg-Sothoth, Astromon,
Lord, thank you for this food. Please bless it to the nourishment of our bodies, and our bodies to thy service. Amen. Honey, where's the salt?
I used it in my ritual.
Your fish friend is here.
Rob here, of the Esoteric Order of Dagon. I've been a cultist ever since I was first able to speak the first oath of Dagon to the darkness beyond my crib. But I do want to clear up some confusion. There are a lot of people out there who think that I'm part fish. That is not true. Yet. Every morning I check the mirror to see if I'm developing any fish-like qualities. I hope I am. I've done extensive research into my ancestry, and I can't find out who my great-great-grandmother is. I hope that she is a deep one, at the bottom of the sea, calling me home. But for now, I'll just have to wear a fish.
Necromancy has gotten such a bad rap. When you think about it, what could be more important? Tonight, Rob and I are going to try to raise a body.
If we can bring back the dead, I'm going to raise a whole school of undead fish.
What are you doing with that shovel? What did I tell you about your grandfather's grave?
But I can bring him back.
I don't care. Just let your grandfather stay dead. He will like it better that way. Why don't you two come into the kitchen? Rob, how about some sweet tea? I just made a batch.
Fish do not drink tea.
We're just gonna worship at Rob's place, Mom.
Fine. Just don't be out late. Even cultists have school in the morning.
She'll come around. When I bring back the dead, everything will change. Do you have a shovel at your place?
Fish do not use shovels.
Okay. I have an idea.
So, how are we going to dig up the body?
Well, if we do this right, it'll dig itself up.
So this is where your grandfather's buried.
No, this is someone else's grandfather.
Why are we digging up someone else's grandfather?
Mom didn't say don't dig up someone else.
Oh yeah. Nice. I got this from Dave. He says it helps him communicate with the dead.
Dave communicates with the dead? How have I never heard about this?
You want to try it?
Let's do it. What is that? Oh.
Oh my God, Mike. I've never seen the world this way before.
You're about to see something you've never seen ever. For there be diverse sorts of death, some wherein the body remaineth, and in some it vanisheth quite away with the spirit.
Wait, what incantation is that?
Rob, you're distracting me.
Okay.
Sometimes, as verily attested, it dieth within the body, but after a season is raised up again in the place where the body did decay.
Now what?
Shh. I think I hear something.
Yellow sign. Oh, God. I think you've opened a door to Carcosa. What? Did I use the wrong chant? Mike, I see our 8th grade English teacher. No, it's a giant snake. Yeah, it's Mrs. Cartland. Let's get out of here.
My first necromancy trial had some small hiccups, but I'm sure we'll get it right next time.
All right. Bacon, why don't you go?
Yes.
Let me say. So I got. Okay. So did we say that? Did we go to this one already? I'm not sure. Okay. So then the Titter Pig RPG says, "I just love how the deadpan delivery makes it so funny. You know better than to start these long and involved rituals before dinner." That line was inspired by what my parents would tell me about board games. That we're about, you're about, we're 20 minutes away from dinner and you're starting Risk, or something like that.
Like Axis and Allies or something.
Right. Yeah. Axis and Allies or something like that. That's exactly what that comes from. That okay, you know better than to start these long and involved board games right before dinner. So that was the line that was delivered to me as a child. And it became this, you know better than to start these long and involved rituals right before dinner. So that's what that became. And Tomocrat says it's a hint about the father and his background, and it is, yes, and we build upon that later.
Yeah, that
build upon that, Bacon.
Well, the father in particular is very funny because he's very understanding and he's very, look, we've told you not to start these rituals, and as is typically the case, a son is a little bit more, or at least where I'm from, a son is a little bit more, acquiescent to a father, and so it's very, it's funny, but in that moment, it can just be a dad just trying to relate and trying to calm him down and get him down for dinner because that's what mom wants. And then as he's addressing the camera, he's like, yeah, that's what I did too. It's that's a very weird sort of 180 to do because he doesn't have to say that to the audience, right? But he does, and he's being honest in that moment, and it's very humorous. But one of my favorite lines in the whole series is, what are you doing with that shovel? I told you to leave your grandfather alone. He's tried this before, and she's had to stop him before with this same shovel. It's a really great line, and there's a lot of subtext, which I really appreciate. That's one of my favorite lines in the whole series. I really, really think that's bang on funny. But as far as the theme goes, Rob is...
Yeah, we introduced Rob here. So
we did introduce Rob, and he's I say we, I was a part of it. You introduced Rob. He is so bought in, right? He is so bought into his own belief system and his own worship and the esoteric order of Dagon that he acts as if all of the other things that Mike is engaging in are normal and commonplace. So it's sort of it provides that environment for Mike to just kind of do what he's doing, and he asks his questions because he doesn't know about necromancy. Mike's the necromancer, and he'll ask his questions. Oh, well, what's this? Oh, well, what's that? What are you doing? What incantation was that? But he's completely bought in the whole time. He's like, oh, this is real and it works. I just don't know what it is. And I think that, well, it typifies Rob's character. And it just...
Well, because later Rob's going to do some weird stuff and he's expecting other people to just buy in.
Exactly, because he was there for Mike. Yeah, absolutely. And I think it's further building on that theme of belonging, right?
Mm-hmm.
Right. Rachel?
No, I'd agree. And just kind of, I think that moment where Rob's looking in the mirror to see if there's been any transformation or anything like that is Rob to a T. He's very confident in front of so many different characters on the show, and then you have these moments with him alone, at least in this first season, where he's just maybe one day I'll live my fishy dreams. And so, behind closed doors, there's definitely kind of his own sense of belonging that he's trying to find, whether it's with people or with, an elder entity. And it's cool to kind of see his character to have that confidence and just that, I guess, social mobility, once he's around his ilk. I'll say ilk.
He's very confident in his weirdness. Mm. And I think that he enables the other characters to sort of grow into their own weirdnesses as a result. And I think that's very, very relatable to anyone, literally any human person in the world. I think that's very relatable.
Okay. Well, first of all, I will say that yes, Dax played this exceptionally well.
Yeah.
Dax played Rob extremely well. When you're talking about, so I guess I will go ahead and say this, when you're talking about belonging, because of what you talked about with the Rob character, I don't know that I would have said the word belonging when I was writing it, but I would have said that this is definitely a story which does continue into season 2. This idea continues into season 2 as well. But here is an idea of people who like something Okay, in this case, it's Lovecraftian deities, and they love which is absurd, but that's what this is. But
Yeah.
here are people who like this, and they don't care what you think about it. They like this. So there is. So you're talking about belonging, which is interesting, which I've been thinking about as I've been watching this. That okay, yes, they all belong together, but I guess what I was thinking about was that hey, we have this idea of these people who really enjoy this thing. And that this thing in this particular show is Lovecraftian gods, but that could be a stand-in for tabletop games. That could be video games. That could be, whatever it is. Like insert an element of geekdom. We like this, and we don't really care what anybody else thinks.
Absolutely. And I personally think that very strongly reinforces that idea of belonging. Because once you find your group, especially with Rob, because the evolution of the series, now that we've been introduced to Rob in the second episode, and he is so he's just completely unflappable with regard to how weird he is. He doesn't care about what anyone thinks, and that attitude, at least insofar as the series has been progressing, in my view, it allows the other characters to sort of now, we'll meet Dave later, and Dave is also a pretty weird character. He's not as like insanely bought in as Rob is, but you can tell that he and Rob have had a relationship, and he's like they allow each other to be the kind of weird that they are, and they're friends, and they just really kind of enjoy that. And like you said, worshiping Lovecraftian elder gods beyond this plane of existence could be, LARPing. It could be collecting vinyl, records. It could be anything. It could be absolutely anything. But the fact that these people sort of sought each other out to enjoy it together is, I think, what reinforces that theme. Again, in my subjective view.
Tomocrat, I'm not exactly sure what Tomocrat was responding to here, but says very true, Heath. But so I'm not exactly sure exactly what you were responding to when you wrote that. But I do think that when I originally wrote this, and then Brianna came in and co-wrote it with me. I mean, I didn't have any type of grand thought about a message or anything like that the show was going to be. But that as it developed, I would say that it is about, I like this. To hell if you don't. This is what I do. And that's a message about geekdom.
Yes.
And I think it continues through season 1 and season 2. So I would say that was not my intention when I was writing it. But I think it is what developed as it was created.
I can't say that like the development of that idea shows through, but I think that idea is very strong.
Well, no, you won't see the development of the idea. You won't see the development. You will just see at the end. Like I said, I'm saying I wasn't saying that like when I sat down, hey, like when I originally had, because what I did when I was writing this is I just had a long notebook worth of notes because I was doing Journey to the Tree of Sorrows, which is a very serious Lovecraftian story. I just had it, and then but we were telling each other jokes, as we were writing the serious Cthulhu thing, and then we had jokes, and I was like, I need to write down these jokes. And so I wrote down these jokes, and then that became the series. So, the purpose when writing was absolutely not some kind of message about geekdom. But when I look back on it, that's what it is. I don't even think I don't think I even realized that after I was, when the whole thing was being shot, but I do think that's there.
I agree.
I don't know. What do you think, Rachel? I don't know. I feel like I just all of a sudden took the whole note down.
Well, I mean, it's also just like I think in the nature of what these guys are doing. Like the cultists are a group of people who have gotten together and they are pursuing something that they are passionate about, that they believe very firmly in, that they're very enthusiastic about, and they have found a lot of commonality between each other in that pursuit. And they're all very different characters and very different personalities. Like you do have, Mike and Rob, who we've already seen. And then we have Dave and Ben, who are just on two complete different sides of the coin. But despite all of these differences, they have that one thing in common. And I think that is something that happens, like, especially in our Geekverse, is that we find those family trees of interest. And I think that it's reflected really well in a group that is forming together to try to summon elder gods and make those kinds of connections. It becomes a pretty good foil for that, I think.
Well, I will say,
Okay, so go ahead.
Sorry,
Go ahead. Yeah, go ahead.
I feel like personally, that's in the sense of geekdom as itself, that's something that you really tap into just kind of on its own, because I didn't personally get much of this in my own high school, but I remember having this connection with tree branching, talking about the family tree of different things in college, because, we would all have our own things that we liked. And the next thing you know, we'd all be hanging out at the deli playing our, Nintendo DSs together just because we like doing that. So it's a really good, I'm just saying I relate to it a lot. So.
Oh, well, thank you. Let me, I want to bring up things by the Titter Pig Rancher, which is Sable Phoenix right here. Let's see. Okay. So, and I know this is intentionally smiley face. There's a smiley face at the end of this. So this is not intended, completely seriously. The Titter Pig Rancher says the theme of the series is Cthulhu is real, smiley face. So that's not exact, but that's not it, and I know that you're putting the smiley face at the end of this because that's not exactly what you're saying. Because I've had people, like when I'm reading comments on Facebook or on YouTube, if we ever got through the third season, which would conclude the story, but if we ever got to do that, like, are they ever going to, summon Cthulhu? Will Cthulhu ever show up, or will an elder god ever show up? But, when I'm thinking about the theme of this story, the theme of the story is not that an elder god is real. And in fact, in some ways, I definitely think, as I'm thinking about writing this, of course, I would be writing the story, that would be that, okay, if Cthulhu shows up, that undermines a lot of the story, because it's not about whether or not Cthulhu is real. Now, we have some ambiguity about whether or not magic is real regarding Shay and Acantha, which Shay is there, right there. Rachel, who played Shay. We have some ambiguity in some areas about whether or not there is actually magic or whether there's not. But, I actually don't think this is a show about showing you that the elder gods are real, because that's a superficial level. There are some underlying, as we're reading about, more serious topics about, we love what we love, and where do we go from this? If, I kind of think that if all of a sudden Cthulhu shows up and starts storming through the city or something like that, that would undermine a lot of what's going on in the Cultists. What do you think?
I mean, Cthulhu is the friends we made along the way, is the message. And if there happens to be an elder god, that's cool. But if we're coming back, if we're circling back and around this theme of belonging and finding your group, then yeah, like I feel like that's really it. Is these people who have been kind of, I guess, disenfranchised in everything else that they're doing, they all found each other. Made some sacrifices and had some orgies along the way.
Cthulhu's in us all.
It's about go Bacon. Go ahead.
Oh, I didn't want to interrupt. It's okay.
Go ahead. Bacon. No, go ahead.
Okay, I was just going to say that I think that whether or not Cthulhu is real, like you were speaking to, is very superficial, and it doesn't matter to the story at all whatsoever. And it's funny, Rachel, that you say Cthulhu's the friends we made along the way, because it kind of is, right? Like they're driving at this one sort of unifying belief, and as that happens, they all come together, they all find their friendships, they all find their place within the group, and so it kind of is, right? And I think it's as funny as that sounds. I think that it's very relevant, and
Yeah,
I think that's a great
I
point.
actually love that.
Absolutely
Yeah,
great point.
because it is about what happens to you because you have found these people who also have this belief, whether or not it's true. They all have this belief. They all love it. They all embrace it. They all embrace it despite ordinary society. And therefore they love they love it.
Yeah. And through seeking this one, as absurd as it is, through seeking this goal or this belief, through their pursuit, they all sort of learn to rely on one another in different ways. They know who they can go to for what. And I just I really, really like this, and I think it's really resonant. And I think that you're going to hear a lot of stories about how, like playing your DS at the deli, right? I think there are a lot of experiences I think that people have like that, or even like, arguing with your mom over what you're going to do with your life. I wanted to make video games when I was young and in high school, and my mom would constantly try to argue me out of that. Like, oh, well, you should go to college. You should, like, everyone has that experience, right? Or I should say most have that experience. And so it's universal and it's absolutely resonant. And I think that it
playing
really
that writ large.
Say again?
It's playing that writ large.
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. And it's got so much heart for understanding that about relationships. And I absolutely love it.
Well, that's like I said, I didn't plan it that way. I did not. But that when you're looking at this in retrospect, I think it's definitely about what you value. The rest of the world be damned. And that's why I don't know if it seems like it would undermine that theme if all of a sudden Cthulhu shows up. Like, they did all this stuff in season 1, in which we're still got a lot more season 1 to watch. They do a lot of stuff. You never see like Cthulhu pour out of the bird bath,
Right.
You never see that. But I think that is not undermining the theme. By the end of the theme of this, or what Sable Phoenix, Titterpig Rancher says, the central interrogation, which I'm thinking about that a lot more and calling it the central interrogation. The central interrogation of this show, I think, is about what you value versus what society values.
Mm-hmm.
I think.
I think that's a great place to land on it. And I love that this is something that you co-wrote, that you co-produced, that you co-created. And you're still capable of thinking about it in new ways, right?
Yes.
I think that's absolutely awesome.
That I think that is also something that I was thinking about as I was sitting here, because I never thought about that as I was writing it. And so that there's the idea that, okay, there is that, once this is finished and published on YouTube and, and put out, it's no longer just mine, as the creator or the producer, it's now the world's, and then I also get to look at it differently. Like that, it was not my intention to, I didn't sit down and say, hey, let's do a story about geekdom and, embracing it, just writ large in an absurdist way through Cthulhu. That never happened. But as I evaluate my own work, I think that's where it is. But other people will evaluate it differently.
Well, with it always being subjective, it's kind of interesting that you get to see other people's perspectives on it, and it lets you see views and ideas with things that you never even really touched on or touchstoned as you were making it yourself. So it's always a great vision. So
yeah.
Well, it's like, I'm glad I thought of that.
Right, well, I mean, some of that is right. Yeah, right.
Man, I wish I would have thought of that. Oh, right, I did.
That's what. Yeah.
It's been here the whole time.
Tom McCratt says that's what makes this a good show. Thank you very much, Tom McCratt. It's what offers different angles on thoughts to look at things. I hope that's true, because I think it's absolutely true that, okay, it's yours when you're talking about creativity. It's yours until you release it. I mean, you can change it, you can do whatever until you release it. Once you release it, then it's the world's, and who knows what happens to it after then. And so, but that includes me. Like, okay, now let me look at this in a different way, because that was not a theme I ever thought of. Bacon gets a cookie. All right, well, let's go on to the next episode.
Certainly.
All right, let's do it. Let's do it.
Being a cultist around here is really free form, casual, low pressure. We got a lot of guys that worship different gods in their various ways, but we still try to get all the local cultists together, forges connections in the local cultist community. Everyone is welcome. You can just watch if you want. You don't have to worship anything you don't want to worship.
Sometimes we get really strange characters around here.
Cultists? Is that what they are? I thought they were some sort of drama club.
Yeah, I've seen those guys around. I've been thinking about joining a cult myself. Sometimes you've got to shake up your spiritual practices in order to get some results. But my wife would disown me. She's a Baptist and I'm a Methodist. She thinks that's a cult.
Am I scared for my safety? No.
Would we raise our kids Baptist or Methodist or in service to the elder gods? You see, it can never be.
Of course I checked again this morning. And I still don't have gills, but it's fine.
Oh, appreciate it, dude. Oh. What's up? I'm Dave. I'm a cultist. I'm down with Dagon, but I also do a little bit of casual Cthulhu worship here and there. I'm also in a band. What are you doing? Oh, it's our secret cultist handshake. Yeah. We made it last week. I was thinking we could teach it. No. Okay, so who else is coming? This is all of us.
All of us. This is just our gaming group.
We do need to do more community outreach. Try and bring in some new blood.
Yes, but if no one else is coming, then let's just get to it.
What are we supposed to do? The same thing we always do. Complain about how hard it is being in a cult to the only people who understand. How's the cult of Dagon going?
It's the esoteric order of Dagon.
Oh, right. Sorry. So, how is it?
About the same. We've never really recovered from the defeat of the Philistines.
Yeah, I know. It'll get better, though.
Dude, this would be a sick place to bring the band, bro.
No! We've done our cultist meetup here too many times. This place is like sacred now. You can't mix cult life and band life, Dave. It's like sacrilege.
Is this the cultist meetup?
Yes. Yes, it is.
Come to hang out. Please, sit down.
No! No way! We
We can't just let some strange cultist show up.
Guys, please accept me. I have nothing else. I brought some snacks.
He's brought an offering.
Oh, all right. You can sit down.
So, what exactly is going on here?
I want to join the Esoteric Order of Dagon.
Oh my god! You're gonna need a bigger fish. Give me this.
Why?
You're just not ready for it yet.
Okay.
I am so glad to have been here. Now I have someone to take under my fin. I'm gonna teach him everything I know. If you could become a fish, that would be amazing. Then I could command you with my mental fish powers.
So does everyone here worship the old things?
There are no old things. My 6th grade gym sock, that's an old thing. It's elder thing. And they're the greater gods. The old ones.
Oh, I could totally worship the elder ones.
No. Again, there are no elder ones. Elder things and old ones. Basic cult stuff here.
Don't worry, dude. The old ones don't throw lightning bolts. You want some coffee? I don't drink coffee. You sure? It's cultist coffee. Cultist coffee?
Yeah.
What makes it cultist coffee? I'm a cultist and I'm drinking it. Oh. Then I'll have some. I like it here so far. It's just there aren't many girls. I thought there'd be girls here. That's my only criticism.
All right, let me take that. Rachel, I know you don't have a lot more time. All right, go for it, Rachel.
I was going to say, I mean, like, we'll push to episode 4.
Yeah, we'll go one more.
We'll go one more.
Okay, all right, but go for it anyway. Go for it.
Yeah, no, I mean, it's great seeing it's great seeing our group get rounded out. I love what these guys brought to Dave and to Ben. I mean, I love all 4 of them, but like Ben was like my favorite of the 4. Like character wise, on paper wise, I was just like, oh, with Ben each time. Like, and of course, like Glenn just like sold all of those lines perfectly, because there was what you read on paper, and then there's what he would do with the line. And same could be said for Sky. It's always really fun to see, like, you know, because you always get like the script for like an audition or when you're going to actually shoot. And there's what you hear in your head when you're reading it. And then when you can like hear what the other actors do with it, it's like, oh my gosh, I wouldn't have thought of that read. That is so funny. And it was always really fun to watch them. And especially if you were in a scene with them, it was really hard to not just die like, with like, all the different personalities they brought to those characters in those scenes. So yeah, it's good seeing everybody. It's really good seeing everybody together again.
The please accept me.
The
please accept me.
Yeah.
Oh,
and he's like,
you already accept. No, yeah. This, so yeah, we got the whole group together in this one, right? You're right. So that was intentional. So you know, the Titter Pig Rancher says everyone's welcome as they chase off Brianna. Like that's exact. I mean, that was absolutely intentional. Like, you know, everyone's welcome, except for her. You know, sorry, there's something like that.
Chase the writer, kill the writer. Like, I'm sorry, I wrote that scene.
the delivery about the cultists and the Methodists. Some people get that because I read that in the comments, like, "Oh my God, that's completely hilarious."
Heath, you
But like,
described every Southern family ever.
exactly, that's right. But if you're in the South, you understand that. I mean, if you're in the
Yes.
North, you don't understand that.
I was
But if you're
personally
in-
raised Baptist. I get it.
if you're in the South, then you get that
Yeah.
the distinction between the Baptists and the Methodists. So I put that in. Some people get there and like, oh my God, and they put that in the comments on YouTube, and other people I think just completely miss that. But yeah, right. That's it. If you're in the South, you understand. You understand.
Little do we know we have so much tribalism in the Christian faith.
Yeah, I know. But it's also the fact that when you think about Methodism, or in the Methodists, you think about making a casserole. That's what you think about. They're like, okay, like what's wrong with the Methodists? I mean, they all make casseroles, and like what could possibly be wrong with being a Methodist?
Why are you raising your hands in worship? You should have them in the pockets like you should be.
Right.
There was a visceral reaction on this end on that.
But when you see that, like, yeah, right, like like, oh my God, because it is funny to me, because when I think about like what could possibly be the least offensive denomination of Christianity, it could be Methodists. It could be Methodists. I mean, like, but that, and it portrays them as like the least offensive group possible, as, oh my God, they could be the cult, when you're talking about people who were like worshiping Cthulhu or something like that. That was the purpose. I mean, that was the idea. I don't know if it ever came across, but that was the idea. Right. I'm down with Dagon, but with some casual worship of Cthulhu. Right. Yes. I mean, and there's a lot that springs from that as far as Dave goes. Right. Bacon, where are you going with this?
I love this episode. It is just absolutely rife with subtext. It's like, first of all, there's a call. When I think I've asked you this before, when he said yes, I'll okay, in that case I'll have some. That coffee scene really, to me, smacks of Ghostbusters. Would you like some coffee? I don't know. Would I? Yes, have some. Yes, have some. It's just a very funny little, hilarious exchange. It happens among three characters. It's Egon, Janine, and Louis Tully. And I thought that kind of humor was what read into that line from Ben. I also think that just it's very, it's free form. You don't have to worship anything you don't want to worship. No, don't sit down. Also, what is this going on? You're not ready for this. So it's like, it's not really free form. So I think that the calls back to that original monologue by Mike absolutely undermine the monologue, but in a very, very funny way. And that's very subtextual. I also think that, on a more serious note, Ben is, in my view, very much the audience insert character. He doesn't know anything about anything. He's using terminology incorrectly. They have to explain everything to him, but they're all willing to explain it to him. They're all very patient with him. And he's really the one that kind of teaches them how to extend beyond themselves to help others belong. So it's a really neat addition to the group. He's very, very funny. But I personally view him as the audience insert character, and the way that he facilitates that sort of externalization of that desire for belonging by encouraging the others, just in the natural mannerisms that he has, to accept him and bring him under their wing, is important to the theme.
Okay. Yes. I hadn't thought about specifically the audience insert character, but he is definitely the outsider who comes in, who needs some things explained to him. So there is that. So, and you do have that element. When we cast this originally, Peter Swanson, who plays Mike, was going to play Ben.
Oh.
You know, we had him in there, and then we had a much younger actor who was only 16 years old to come and play Mike. And so, you know, and I can understand how that would work, but the way that it actually worked is so much better. And especially when Ben comes up, Glenn is playing Ben, you know, as it actually turned out, you know, and he says, please, you know, I have nothing else. If he were a much younger character, a much younger actor, as it has originally been intended as far as our casting goes, you wouldn't believe it as much because he was only 16 years old. But it's so interesting that he's an older character, you know, Glenn playing Ben, and he's like, I don't have anything else. That line hits so much harder than if he were like 15.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
Completely agree.
Yeah. And so
I remember Glenn and I just being like, are we
turned
the
out.
oldest people here?
Are you actually the oldest people here? Is that what
Yeah, it was kind of one of those things like, hey, like we were actually trying to figure out, like, I think at one point we were kind of like figuring out, like casually figuring out how old all of us were within the cultist group. And it was like, I think we're the oldest people here.
Well, you know,
it's fun for him. Like, it was cool to see like what he brought out, like with that dynamic in mind.
Yes, it is, because when we had originally been doing this, I mean, Mike was going to be played by a 16-year-old.
Right.
And actually, you know, wasn't it the case, Rachel, that you were going to play somebody else?
I think.
Were you going to play Shay?
I think I was originally gonna. I think I read for Sherry.
Sherry, right? Sherry,
yeah,
right? Because originally because we have the sexual dynamic between Mike and Shay,
right.
And,
you originally had it with Mike and Shay? Oh wow.
No, excuse me, Mike and Sherry.
Okay.
Mike and Sherry.
Like,
Right. Excuse me. The sexual dynamic between Mike and Sherry. Excuse me. Right. I meant Mike and Sherry.
Okay.
But if we had that and Mike were like 15,
yeah,
and Sherry were 23, that'd be a different situation.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So, because originally the guy who was going to play Mike was 15 or 16.
Yeah, I remember you talking about it was like a younger actor, and
there was a major issue trying to bring. He was also across state lines. There were two things. He was younger and he was across state lines.
Right.
So and he completely got it. He completely got the role. He understood the role for Lovecraft. I just all of a sudden blanked on the role, but there's a role in Lovecraft that Mike is.
I was going to say there's like a term for it, but I don't know.
No, it's not a term. There might be a term, but it's in the story. The story. The young. Oh my God, I can't. I just all of a sudden blanked. But anyway, but he understood completely the role that Mike was, and he was ready to come and play it. But having a minor come across state lines to come and play that role, and like we were panicked like 10 days before the start of the show. You know,
because Peter had to learn all of that.
Yeah. So Peter, right? So Peter was going to be Ben. Peter was cast as Ben. And then we were going to have this other kid come by and be Mike. And then when it was like, oh my God, it's just not possible. I mean, like the parents needed hotels to show up because like when I was thinking the kid was 16 years old, and I was like, oh my God, if thinking back to me, if I were 16 years old, you want me to come and play this role, from Georgia to Alabama?
Yeah.
Like, oh my God, I'm 16. I'm on my way. It doesn't matter. Like I'm going to get in my car. I'm going to come in and play this role. Like, that's no problem. Like I'm on my way. But that wasn't the way that it actually was. It was like, okay, my mom, I can't drive a car. My mom and dad are going to have to come. They're going to need a hotel room and everything else. And like, okay, I was just, it didn't work. It didn't work. And so when it didn't work, then Mike moved into the role of, or Peter Swanson moved into the role of Mike. And then, all right. So I know you're gonna have to go soon. So Rachel, so wrap it up. So what do you want to say with this?
I mean, I'd love to stick around for the next episode, and then
you want to go for another
have to
episode?
scoot after that.
Go for another episode. Wait,
Or we were both like, we can do one more episode. Yeah. It's like a proper like streaming binge. Like we can do one more.
Yeah, why not? Yeah.
All right, let's go. All right, let's go to episode 4. So episode 4, here we go. Let's go.
Ben has really jumped in and gotten his feet wet. He has done a lot of outreach. He found a couple of cults around town with a lot more girls in them. But I'm not really sure if we need that around here. But Mike says community is really important. Something about the cultist life being really hard for him when he's going at it alone. So we're here to meet the first cult today.
Where's Dave?
He said he's at band practice.
They're supposed to be here by now.
I don't like it.
How'd you get there?
Sorry if we surprised you. We're with the witch cult of Azathoth. I'm Shay.
Acantha, delighted.
Are you from like the 17th century?
Which century is this again?
The 21st.
Right. I'm from that one. They seem pretty new at this, but they're nice. I think they have the right heart.
I've never seen cultists like them before. Or smelled them either. What's with the fish?
The girls are weird. I like weird. Weird's cool. I'm glad Ben found him.
I'm not. So you're witches.
We are indeed.
Do you like cast spells on people?
Yeah. Every full moon, we dance naked in the silver moonlight when we cast our spells.
Really?
No.
Oh.
So we are doing yoga in the park today. You're welcome to join.
Do our cults do yoga?
No, cults do not do yoga.
Well, ours does. There are warlocks in the witch cult of Azathoth. If you wanted to join.
Oh, okay.
No, he doesn't want to join that.
Well, suit yourself.
I'm in.
I bet Father Dagon will let me do a little yoga. I don't know why Rob thinks this is a big deal. These girls are amazing, and I think they like me.
I don't like him experimenting with other cults like this. Father Dagon has everything he needs. Fish are not flexible.
Yes, they are.
They are. They are. You know about fish. Ben, more yoga. Down fish.
That's downward dog.
It is now downward fish. I guess he can do more yoga if he wants. And we'll make him more flexible and fish-like.
I'd never done yoga before. I thought it's good to try something new. I was wrong. Oh, sometimes it's bad to try something new. Very bad.
Okay, Rachel, do you want to talk about how like horrific it was shooting this episode?
It was so cold, and there was so much wind, and that's why Shay is ever so poised with her hat. It's because my hat kept flying off. But it was fun. Like it was.
Yeah, it was so cold when we
It was
shot
so
that.
cold. It was
And you guys powered
freezing.
through it, much to your, complete, benefit or whatever. That like it was so cold that day. It was so cold that
It
day.
was really
You could
cold.
have called it off, but
Yeah,
you
yeah.
and Mallory were like, all right, let's just do it. So I
Let's
mean,
just do
like,
it.
you and Mallory were hiding underneath blankets
Yeah.
in between takes to make this episode happen, because we're like, okay, we're all here now. We just need to happen. And like
Yeah.
even Brennan was like, okay, I got this footage back and everybody is purple. Like
It was like we willed ourselves not to tremble in the scene. We're like, we tremble, it's not gonna make the shot. But like Mallory and I we're just kind of cut from the same spot. Like we like to push through and be like, we're here.
we're here, let's do it.
Take
You
longer
absolutely
if we
were.
cancel. Let's just go. And yeah, so it was like off camera. Anytime we would reset for the shot, or we would have that transition to another shot, we would get under this big blanket, and it wasn't until it was like, all right, and we're rolling, we'd be like, like,
Oh, right.
drop the blanket on the coat.
Let's do the shot and then move on. Right.
Like hardcore call out to Mallory. I've worked with Mallory a bunch, and like this was I can't even remember what number project this was Mallory and I had done together, but it's one of those things where like we just kind of lock in, and this isn't like the first or the last time Mallory will do a scene in the freezing cold. We did that
Mallory
on
playing a canto. Right.
yeah, it was like it wasn't like even just the Cultists. Like we did another project together, and she had to do a scene in the cold, and I have to like run onto the shot and put a coat on her at the end of it or something. And I just remember remarking to her, it was during Survivor Girls. I remember going up to her and just be like, you just can't stay out of the cold, like, kind of thing. But yeah, no, it was yeah. Like Mallory is. I'm kind of going off on a sidebar, but that was we powered through because that's just what we do.
I will say
we made that episode happen.
Yeah.
I will say personally, not being a part of this project, but hearing her talk about it, she talks about the cold in this specific episode, similar to how your grandpa talked about walking 10 miles both ways uphill on bare feet.
But we did it.
No. There were two episodes. There was this one that was like, oh my God, are we too cold? And then, much to Rachel and Mallory's credit, they were like, let's just do it. Let's just power through and do it. So we did that one. There was another one that we actually called off. There was another day that we called off because it was so cold that we were like, okay, let's just stop. Because it was like we were shooting in February here in Alabama, and all of a sudden February came, and then all of a sudden it was like the only 2 weeks of winter that Alabama decided to have.
Get it all together in one spot.
That descended on us when we were doing this. And one of those, we were shooting this episode, and Brendan's like, oh my God, I got all this footage and everybody's purple, and I'm trying to like, adjust the footage in order to make sure everybody looks like, they're not just like about to fall out because of the cold. And we got it done. But there was another episode that we were like, okay, everybody go home. It was too cold.
Yeah. And I think that, there's somewhere on one of our pages where there's a picture of all of us huddled like under a big blanket. It's like all of the guys, it's me and Mallory, and we're all just like together. It's a great picture. I want to say Brennan or Brianna took it, but
yes, probably, because even like, the iconic picnic tables that everybody is under, like that has become the iconic picnic tables that everybody's under, were not supposed to be the iconic picnic tables. when we started the show, we were supposed to be shooting under different picnic tables. And it was so cold that we're like, we cannot shoot down here. We moved back up to what has now become the iconic picnic tables because we had electrical outlets to be able to actually, provide heat. Because what you see was not originally what was supposed to be the iconic tables. They were supposed to be at another place, but we just couldn't do it because it was too cold. We're like, okay, we're moving up there, moving up to, and where it'll be warm, where we can at least make it reasonably warm, like between takes.
And I think like shout out to Dax, the whole delivery of Peter like being like, I'm excited, they're weird, I like weird, and Dax just being like, I'm not. Like, yeah, just
I'm
like
not. Right, yeah.
I was like, I
that.
felt like there was like a hook in there because Acantha's like, they seem nice, they've got a lot of heart, and I was like, no, I gotta foil that. And Dax doing the I'm not was, I think, because we've talked about it in the past, Heath, of like it's not written that Shay does not like Rob, and
Right.
and I just remember him doing that, and I was just like, I feel like this has to be a hook, or I feel
Well,
like
talk about that. Right. Yes. As it developed, the animosity between Shay and Rob. How did that
anytime Rob says anything, and if Shay is in the frame with him, you see nothing but vitriol, and Rob is just like woof in Fishland about it. And it was so much fun to do because it was like, this is a dynamic, this is a relationship to build on. And it also, I felt like, sold Mallory's approach to Acantha even more, because where she's just like, yeah, everyone's cool, it's fine. Having like, her buddy just be like, I'm not cool with one of them. It felt like it would push her character up even more. So that it was cool to see that moment, because like, oh yeah, that was it. When Dax was like, I'm not into it. As Rob, I was like, okay, there it is. That's it. We're gonna play with that and see what they think.
Yeah, this episode is regarded typically among Brianna and Brennan. Brianna being the director, and Brennan being the director of photography, as the weakest technically, and I understand that. Like that when you watch it, this one is the weakest technically. Like that, when you're watching the particular, vision, and okay, this is the weakest technically, but it's still such an important episode from the story.
I think it's a very strongly written episode. So first, I want to comment on the cold. Like, that cold became character, right? Because the audience doesn't know that you're cold. We have no idea. And so when we're watching that, you're very closed off and you're very reserved. So that gives the character an opportunity to open up later on, which I think is borne out. But also there is a duality between the white and the black being closed off and the white being open and more welcoming and more friendly. So that cold really did become character in that episode, which I loved. Additionally, and this goes back to the last episode too. So Rob, he's kind of coming off as being a jerk here, right? He's very like, well, we can teach you the secret handshake if you want. No, and that's it. That's the end of the conversation. Or, I'm glad they found us. I'm not. But the thing about that is that in my read of the show, that's the healthy establishment of boundaries, right? So these people aren't all, it's not really a cult because they're not all like-minded in unison to a fault. Rob establishes the boundaries. He says, no, this is something I don't want to do. And that's perfectly okay. And people let him establish his boundaries. And I think that's very healthy and very important, especially in communicating this idea of belonging. You can belong and still establish your boundaries. That's the only way to really be healthy about it, right? And on top of that, the reason why I think, or one of the reasons why I think, the main reason why I think this episode is written so strongly is because the girls are weird. I like weird. Weird is cool. I'm glad they found us. That is the theme in a nutshell. In those 4 lines, it is 100% everything that you've been communicating with the series up to this point. So it's about liking what you like, regardless of what society says, and it's also very much about belonging. So that line is extremely strong. It's dripping with subtext. It's resonant. It's just a very incredible line to just kind of have out there almost as a throwaway, right? Because it's being specifically applied to a situation, but the application is in general, and especially to the audience, so much broader.
Well, right, but you do have. So how do you deal with this? That okay, we have the girls are here. Okay, we got we've encountered them. Okay, they're here, but Rob is like, okay, I don't think we need them.
Yeah.
We do
how do I deal with that?
Yeah, right. Yeah, as far as
I
theme
think
goes.
within the context of the story, that's him sort of recurring this boundary establishment, right? So and that's okay, right? You're going to be a part of subcultures. You're going to be a part of groups. You're going to belong in certain areas that you're not going to like everyone in, right? And that's okay.
Right. I have read in the comments on YouTube and different places as we've been putting this out that this is a gay element regarding Rob, that we're supposed to interpret that as Rob being gay. Like, oh, we don't want the Rob is like, I don't. And that's supposed to be Rob being gay.
Well,
when I wrote that, like I said, when you release it, it becomes everybody's.
Exactly.
So, but like, I never thought, as I wrote that, I never thought about that Rob being gay. I thought that about Rob, like, okay, there's an alien element that's coming into my world.
Yes, it's an infiltration. Yeah.
Right. So I never thought about it being gay. I thought about it being an infiltration into his world. Like, we're doing just fine the way we are. And now the introduction of girls and girlfriends and whatever else would disrupt his world. That's how I thought of it when I was writing it.
That's how I received it when I watched it. But being subjective, that's a perfectly valid interpretation of his reaction, I think. Enough said. I think it's a perfectly valid interpretation of the reaction. Again, I didn't receive it that way. I received it as him being pushbacky on a very real infiltration, right? It's an infiltration of the standard. It's going to change the norm, and he doesn't know how to deal with that. He doesn't know how to process that.
Right. So that's Rachel, go ahead.
Yeah, no, I would agree with that. I think once you kind of lock into a group and you have that comfort level with them, there can be, when there are new elements introduced, whether it's new people or even just a schedule change, it can throw a lot of things off. And some people can roll with it and just be like, this brings a different, I guess, dimension to this group, or they can shut down. And it's interesting to see just how, as the group opens up, just how much they are affected by different characters that come or go or stay or briefly visit within that group. So I would agree with that. There's that infiltration moment. I've had it a couple times with a few groups I've hung out with just in the past growing up, where it's like, oh, this is my buddy from class, or this is my buddy from work. And it's just, there's that moment of like, is this person cool? Like, are we going to feel unsafe if this person is here? And then there's that sussing out period. And from a writing standpoint, it's a really great opportunity to grow an arc or a character or make a discovery in the writing. And Rob is kind of getting put through a little bit of that crucible in the moment of this episode.
And Daniel, let me bring this up because Daniel says, but it's also that the girls are more popular than him, and he doesn't like the attention coming off of him, especially after getting a new follower. That was my thinking as I was writing it. Like, it was not the gay element. It was that, like, okay, wait a minute. Now, all of a sudden, the girls may like supplant him as the most popular person here in whatever it is that we're doing, right?
That good old fashioned anxious attachment.
And then all of a sudden we brought girls into this environment. So no, that's how I completely agree, Daniel. That's how I would have interpreted it.
Yeah,
You
I
know,
agree
and
with that as well. I think
right.
I
Yeah.
that's how I interpreted it for sure, and especially coming off the heels of the last episode where Ben just shows up and he sort of is attempting to endear himself to Ben, and then all of a sudden Ben's attention is completely removed.
Right. Titterpig says that's the way I read it too. Rob feels threatened by the challenge, right?
Yes.
That and yeah. So, I mean, like
Yeah, even Ben showing up.
Go ahead.
Oh,
Rachel.
I was gonna say, even Ben showing up, like until he pronounces like what he's following, Rob is kind of like about it, and then it's like, oh wait, you're into the stuff I'm into. All right, come on.
Right. Yeah. So yeah, Titterpig RPG says that's the way I read it too. Rob is threatened by the change. That was the way that I was thinking of it as I read it as we were shooting it. That Rob is threatened by all of a sudden the presence of girls. That that was the idea.
Yeah, that was his best to us. I do have to go. Happy Halloween to you, gentlemen.
Happy Halloween! I'm so glad you came by.
Happy Halloween.
It's so great to have you, Rachel.
Oh, I love it. Oh man, it was a blast, and looking forward to more. And yeah, we'll talk soon.
We are continuing coming here, and like I said,
It was such a pleasure. It was such a pleasure.
Likewise, yeah, it was great.
It has absolutely been. I'm so glad that you're here. It's my fault that I don't think that we launched this in the appropriate way that we should have, but I've been relaunching this, and now we got like 4,600 subscribers here, or subscribers, here on YouTube. Yeah. I think that now we're starting to do something, and I mean, Rachel, you have been a huge part of that, and thank you so much for being here.
Well, thank you. It's been a blast, and I'll keep you up to date on stuff as we go through with our project and everything, and I'll
please do
more.
Please do.
Yeah, this whole it's all fluid. Like doing stuff like this is all fluid, and it's good to be a part of it. Like whether it's
we can talk about that.
I want to try this and all that. Yeah. Well, be good. Happy Halloween, everybody.
Thank
Stay
you.
safe.
Happy Halloween, Rachel.
Happy Halloween, Rachel. Thank you so much,
guys.
Take care.
All right, so now it's just you and me, Bacon.
Just you and me.
We'll see. Some other people may show up. Like I said, I sent out invites to everybody who was a cast or crew member. I mean, this is Halloween night, and a lot of people have been like, "Man, I got things going on Halloween."
Yeah,
I got a lot of response. This is Halloween night. I did receive a lot of responses from the cast and crew. A lot of the responses were like, "There's a lot going on, and I'm already engaged on this night." And I'm like, "That's fine. But I invited them." So I invited them. There might be other people who show up. I don't know. But now it's just you and me.
I can hang with that. I can hang with that.
All right. You want to go on to the next episode, or do you have a commentary? Let's go. Do you have commentary, or how do we want to go?
No, I think I pretty much said everything that I had.
Okay.
We can move on.
I don't want to be presumptuous with this, because I mean, this episode, this season is the first time I've ever done a scripted show. So I'm like, oh my God, I had all these fantastic ideas and whatever. I mean, but I think there was a message. It was our first time, Brennan is like, oh my God. Brennan was our director of photography.
Mm-hmm.
And Brennan looks at this and goes, oh my God. He's actually shot commercials since then, commercial photography, commercial director of photography for different commercials. Sure. On these things. Oh my God, this season, this was just not it. He's like, this is not my best work. And I know this was not everybody's best work, but this was the first time we all went out to do this episode. Yeah. And so I understand that, when you're talking about the technical aspects of different shows, and you're talking about okay, director of photography, the imagery, or perhaps some, audio issues or whatever. I understand it's not there. I mean, this was the first time we'd ever done anything like this. I still think there's something there.
So here's the thing. I'm going to tell a little story.
Okay, go for it.
It's about the music industry. There is a band called the Sisters of Mercy. Some may be familiar with it, some may not. They're fronted by a guy named Andrew Eldritch, not his real name, oddly appropriate for the topic at hand. But he was originally a part of a band. I believe they just called themselves, I can't remember what they called themselves, but he was a part of a band. Then there was a split. Okay. He left, and the remainder of the band wanted to keep the name or some semblance of the name. And the reason that he split is because they were diverging creatively, right? So they wanted to write pop songs. He did not want to write pop songs. In his view, pop songs are frequently meaningless. The lyrics are just completely throwaway. He doesn't like those sorts of songs, okay? So the remainder of the band split, called themselves the Sisters. He called himself the Sisters of Mercy, immediately copyrighted it, and then made it so that they couldn't use the name the Sisters. Blah, 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 court battle, et cetera, et cetera. That's not what is important. What is important is that he created a song called This Corrosion, and it is a nonsense song, and he wrote it specifically to make fun of his former bandmates who were very okay with writing pop songs with meaningless lyrics, okay? That song became his #1 hit ever. He still tours, and it is still the song that is requested most. It's the song that's played most in clubs. It's the song that was played most on the radio. It has a music video. It was played on MTV all the time. The point here is that against his ideals and against his desires, the audience is who decided what his best work was, right? So I get looking back on, you know, freshman, sophomore efforts and wincing, right? Everyone does that. You read something that you wrote a long time ago and you go, oh, I could have wrote that better. The ideas weren't great, or whatever makes you cringe at your own work. That happens all the time.
Mm-mm.
But what you don't get to do is tell people what your best work is, because they'll tell you what it is. And I think that the Cultists is so resonant because it's so like that exchange with regard to, you know, Rob feeling infiltrated and the Shane Acantha infiltrating. Everyone's been on both sides of that relationship, right? Everyone's been the infiltrator. Everyone's been the new one to a group, and everyone's been the long-standing member of a group with newcomers. So, it seems like you really just nail every single relationship in the show in such an incredibly human, broad experienced sort of resonant, I'm going to keep using the word way. I am entirely unsurprised that you have gathered as many subscribers as you have to the channel over such a short period of time.
Well, thank you.
I think that you'll find that this is likely going to be, you know what? I don't want to say that out loud. A lot of people in film have, you know, they believe in luck and turns of phrase and whatnot. So I don't want to, you know, condemn Brennan to anything. But I will say that I think that this will be a work that he's remembered for quite a bit, right? Whether or not he thinks it's his technical mastery is the best, or, you know, the you know, composition or whatever was great. He's allowed to think that of his own work. But
well, I know, it. Okay, so yeah, so that's obviously season 1 from a technical perspective is not today. I mean, that was shot a long time ago.
Oh yeah,
years ago. I mean, it is not the technically best it could be from everyone's perspective. I mean, Brianna and I are the writer. I mean, could we write something better than that? I mean, yes, okay, we could. But, you know, we wrote this, we brought people together, we shot this, and this is what it was. And now it's been promoted. It's still being promoted. Like, okay, oh my God, this was years ago. This is not my best work, but it's still being promoted. I still think it has a message, which was not something I thought about when I wrote it, but I think that it does.
I think that it does have a message. I think that it's a very strong message. I think it's a very positive message. It's also funny as hell.
And I hope that it is funny. Like
It
I
is.
hope in the years that it comes. We got the second season that will release probably next year in 2025 with the release. But
Mhm.
you know, and as I say, as we increase an environment where everything is AI, I mean, increasingly everything is going to be AI. I mean, the Cultist season 1 and season 2 were shot physically,
Mhm.
and there's a lot that I would never ever miss about that. I mean, that was incredible. Shooting both of those, whatever they were, they're like, hey, like this was shot physically.
Mhm.
You're seeing something physical when you see the Cultists. I don't know.
I think that that's valuable, and I think that the feeling that you have for having done it physically and stating that it's some of, if not the most favorite experience of your life, speaks to the value that contains.
I say that, yes, because like when I think about the things that might happen in the future with Theophany and Rabavania and such, with the technology that is coming online, I'm like, oh my God, this is amazing. I want to use it.
You went quiet again.
Oh, I did accidentally hit the wrong button as I was holding the microphone. I was just saying that as much that we probably won't have an opportunity for people to get together in front of the camera like this again. And we had that for the Cultists, and I never want to demean that. Or that's an incredible opportunity.
Yeah.
What we did here with the Cultists was amazing.
I agree. I think
Whether
it
or not
was
you like it or not. I mean, like, regardless of whether we like,
For
oh
sure,
my God,
for sure.
but I'm like getting people. A lot of people don't understand the amount of effort that went. Yes, I know the Cultist is a small budget show. They did whatever. Like, we're not talking about $100 million or anything like that.
No, but I don't think
it
you
was
have to
expensive.
explain that.
It was expensive. I mean, I paid that out of pocket. It was expensive for season 1 and season 2, and I would not trade that for anything. The expense.
Yeah, and I think that I don't think that you really need to explain that. I think that there is value on its face, and in fact, I think sometimes the larger budget corporate, designed by committee films have much less heart, right? Like, film as art it has to evoke emotion. It has to provide that emotional response, right? It's also a business, though. And you can get lost at either end. You can absolutely get lost at either end. And I'd rather be lost on the message, emotional impact end than, the corporate cookie cutter designed by committee end any day of the week. Also, you say that, we'll probably never be able to get together again. I would addend that with, you might not ever be able to get together again with the same people in the same place at the same time. It's going to very much feel like a product of its time. Like, the only chance you had in time was then, and you made good on it, right?
Yes.
For this particular production, but that doesn't mean it won't happen again in the future, and it doesn't mean you're just incapable of getting together with other people, right? Like, people who love film,
no, that's
love
true.
film.
No, but yes, you're exactly right. What I'm saying is that each individual instance of this ends up being a particular instance that never happens again. The principal photography of a particular show is so unique that you do that, and you were all together and you had that experience. that's not something that will ever be replicated.
You are correct. You are correct. And as
I
as Sable
love
says,
that. I love
yeah.
that.
So Jax, a co-host that I have on the show, the co-host of the show,
is
on
Jax here?
the Better with Bacon channel. Jax is not here, no.
Oh.
But Jax has an extremely, a very large love for. I'm gonna call it. I don't know if it's like. I'll call it temporal art, or maybe like transient's a better term. But like,
Yeah. Okay.
the monks who create sand murals on the ground
Mm,
as a
okay,
meditative practice, and then it's wiped away and they start over again. You can only experience it in that moment, and it makes that moment valuable.
Yes.
And I
yes.
think that's what you're experiencing here.
We might overall lose that. I mean, there might be instances like you're talking about the monks with the sand murals, but we might overall lose that, and I think that will be to our loss. Because something like the Cultists, or I mean, a lot of other movies, okay, we all came together, we produced this piece of art. Is it perfect? No. Or people critique it? Absolutely. They'll be like this, okay, whatever. But we came together in this moment, and we made this, and I think that is important.
I agree. I think that is important, and I think that sadly you're right. I think that we will see that less and less as AI music and AI film and all of these different tools become more widely available and used. But I also think that, humans are humans, and we crave that contact with other human people, and people who love film. And if the love of film that they have expresses itself in getting together and making things like it appears to with you, I don't think that there's ever going to be an end to it. I think that it will be smaller, and I think that it will be more difficult to execute on for certain. But I don't think it's ever going to go away. And the fact that you will, strive to maintain that contact, it's evidence of your passion, and that will translate, in my view, very well to storytelling.
We'll see. I mean, we will see over the next, I mean, it could be even 6 months. I mean, like, things are moving so fast, but
sure.
Even if things move so fast, I mean, because I embrace technology. I mean, I'm embracing that. I'm trying to figure out what's going on and try how to make stuff. But even if things move so fast that we're never going to have a physical person in front of a camera again, that again, as I say, the Cultist season 1 and season 2, when we had that, is going to remain one of my favorite memories of my entire life.
Sure.
And so we will see. We will see. We will see.
I think it's a remarkable thing that you were able to bring this all together. I think it's remarkable that you were able to experience it, and I think that it's like the Cultists for you. When you watch it, it's something way beyond what was on the screen, right? Because you have in your mind a 3D picture of what was going on behind the camera. Like you're looking at that picnic area, the picnic tables with the covered structure, and where craft services is, and where the heaters were set up. So you have a much bigger picture of what all is going on behind the camera and, out of view of the viewer. And I think that, having that sort of tangible memory aid I think it's really cool. I think it's just really, really cool. And I think that, the passion you have for it is completely evident. It's written all over your face. It's written all over the way that you speak with such care about this and how much you value it and how much you want to proceed with it. I think it's pretty great.
All right. Well, you want to go to the next episode?
Yeah, let's before we get too heavy and put everyone to sleep.
Episode 5. Okay, episode 5.
Episode 5.
So we're meeting another cult today, but they want to meet close to the woods for some reason.
We missed you yesterday, Dave.
Oh yeah, sorry man.
Hi. You're the other cultists, right? I'm Carrie. I'm Sherry.
We're the Colts.
We know who you are.
Oh. Cool. You're from the,
Fertility cult of Shub-Nagorath, yes. We're about to have a worship service. You should totally come.
Worshipping Shub, like...
Oh, yes.
Sounds dope. Well, Dagon mind if I worship two gods?
Actually,
Nah, I mean, I used to be with all sorts of other gods. Just, Libini yoga.
No.
Cool. I'm down.
I'm not. It smells fishy.
That's just you, Rob.
I'm out of here.
Just this way.
What is that?
The black goat of the woods with 1,000 young.
Where are the 1,000 young? Are they coming?
They will emerge.
Dude, this is hardcore.
Aya, Shub-Nagorath! Hail the black goat of the woods with 1,000 young.
I don't know about this.
Are you kidding? This is amazing. These girls really understand being in a cult.
Aya, Shub-Nagorath!
I didn't sign up for this. Ah!
Cower before the black goat.
Ah! Dagon! It's okay, baby. Be strong.
Aya, Shub-Nagorath!
Oh, yes! I love this cult. Again! What is wrong with you, Mike? Oh, I Shub-Nagorath! What are you gonna do with us?
We're going to eat you.
Yeah! No! They do not mean in the good way.
I'm not ready to die. Ouch! You got pepper in my eyes.
Let them go! What are you doing? Here to save you!
Yes, Untimey, you're my hero.
Repent! Repent!
I'm sorry, Father Dagon. I will never forsake you again.
You have to get out of here. Go! I don't need saving. This is the best part of my life. Oh, that was intense. That was the most intense worshiping ever. So much better than yoga.
What a bunch of dumbasses. But at least Ben has learned his lesson and will not stray from the fold of Father Dagon again. The fish fold.
That was way too much community. I think I've had enough now.
Oh, you're muted again.
Okay, so what do you think, Bacon? All right, so where do you go? All right, where do you go from there?
I think that this is right, jocks versus nerds, right? It's two opposing groups that just cannot get along, but there's a little bit of crossover among the members, and it's really, really fun. Also, Rob saving that, like, there's a sinisterness to Rob, right? Like, there's a sinister side to Rob that's not quite like he's unhinged, but he also knows what he's doing.
But he's coming back for his friends. He leaves,
He's coming back for his friends, right? But here's the thing: like,
for his friends.
He comes back for his friends. He, first of all, beating them off with a pool noodle is hysterical. So he beats them off with a pool noodle, very on brand for Rob. But he says, "I'm here to save you," right? So he's here to free them from the kidnapping. But he, for a moment, says, "Repent." So he becomes the kidnapper because he's not going to let you go until you repent, right? So
well, I'm so glad you realized that. Like what happens when he frees them all? He immediately turns on Ben.
Yes.
Repent.
Yeah.
beating this other person.
Right.
Yeah.
It's absolutely hysterical. It's very on brand, and it's like there's this subtle sinisterness to Rob that it never truly manifests as malevolence. Like he never becomes a malevolent force, but it's played to such great effect here, where he chases the kidnappers off and then becomes the kidnapper for the briefest moment for Ben to repent, which is just funny.
Because Ben said, "Oh, I'm free, and Rob's like, "No, you don't have any of that. Like, I mean, you've got to repent for what you've done."
Yes,
and beat him with the pool noodle. Right? Yeah, I know that's it. No. So somebody said I was about to say here that somebody asked if this was a later episode. What? No, where did that go?
Oh yeah. Tomocrat says, wasn't this the last recording of the session?
No, it's to the contrary. This was the first.
Oh.
Wait. Where is
from the bottom? 1, 2, 3, 4. Looks like he's 5 up on StreamYard. I can only see it on StreamYard.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Oh no, right here. Right.
Yeah, there you go.
No, it's the contrary, to the reverse. No, this is the contrary. This is the absolute first day on set and filming. This is the absolute first day that any of us had ever done a show like this that was a something to the script. This, what you watch when you watch episode 5 of season 1, which we just watched. This was all shot in a single day, and it was the absolute first day on shooting, on set of the entire show. So no. This was not the last. This was the first.
Do you remember the last? What was the last?
No, I don't remember the last.
Maybe watching the series will jog your memory and you'll realize it in the moment.
It would be something with a lot of people. This was the first. One of the reasons that was the first is because playing Carrie, she had a particular date, and this was our only day because Carrie only shows up on this very single episode, and she could only be available this one day. And so we showed up on this first day and did this episode. So basically, this entire episode was shot in one day, and it was the first day on set.
What foresight with that pool noodle? Like, was that was written into the script, the pool noodle, or is that just what you had at hand?
Written into the script? Yeah. So we had the pool noodle.
So,
but
funny.
you know, the what was wrong, and this is me as a producer. So I admit to not being completely. This because, like I said, this was my very first day on camera as a producer.
Sure.
I mean, this was it. We did not have the correct costume for Mike.
Oh,
because when you say so, okay. So here's the thing. Hey, okay, like if you, James Bacon, are the costumer, okay. And I say, bring everything on Tuesday, 7 o'clock in the morning. Bring everything. What is everything?
Everything.
Yeah.
Right. It's leave nothing behind. It's everything. It's every costume.
Well, it's everything,
that I have.
but it also doesn't mean anything. Like, bring everything.
Okay.
Like,
it's not
ambiguous.
The script. Yeah, maybe it could be everything for a scene, everything. Yeah, okay, I can see that.
Bring this robe, this, and blah blah. And if I gave you a list of 6 things, bring those things Tuesday morning. We're shooting.
Okay.
You would have those 6 things there. If I say, hey, bring everything,
there's a lot of room for interpretation.
There's a lot of room for interpretation. Exactly. So I that was my first lesson as a producer.
It's pretty good.
When we shot this show, our very first day was shooting that episode, season 1, episode 5. Okay, and I told like the costume would bring everything. What is everything? I didn't know. I didn't specify that. I just said bring everything. Okay, so that meant that what was supposed to be on set was not there. It happened to be that I had a duplicate copy of Mike's costume at my house because I was
Wow.
going to use it from my Halloween costume, and I could drive and get it 5 minutes away. So I happened. So what Mike showed up and was in. I was like, no, that's not Mike's costume. That's what Mike is wearing is not Peter. Peter Swanson. What Peter Swanson is not wearing is not Mike's costume. Like this is day one. Mike just put something on, and that is not what he's supposed to be wearing. That's not it. Like we've got a major problem here. And so, but the only reason that it was okay and that we have consistency through the episode is because I drove home to my house and I happened to have a duplicate of Mike's costume because I was going to use it as my personal Halloween costume that year. And I drove back and he's in it. So Mike is in my personal Halloween costume for that year.
That's very funny. Honestly, I don't think I would have noticed. But even if I did, like the way that, the episode is established, is that here's a new day. We are now meeting for the first time this new day. It could have just been a spare robe that Mike had, right? Like,
okay, well, it could be, but I like, when think about Dave's robe, when you think about Dave, drop it on the floor. When you think about Dave has his robe on that opens down the front.
Right.
Okay. That's Dave's uniform. It opens down the front. He can slide into it kind of like a coat. And there's no hood that goes with that. Mike's uniform as a cultist of Yogg-Sothoth is very monk-like. He has a tunic that he wears. It is not open down the front. And then there's a cowl that goes over his head. So when we showed up that very first day, Mike was wearing a costume that looked very much like Dave. And I was like, no, this is not going to work. This is not going to work.
Gotcha. Because like Daniel says in chat, it's a part of character identity. Yep.
Right. You're right. Yeah. And I'm so glad that I was it was only through sheer luck that I had purchased a duplicate of Mike's costume for myself for Halloween. It took me 6 minutes drive to back to my house. And I was like, okay, I'm driving back to my house. I'm going to go grab Mike's costume. But that sucks because Mike is running through the woods. When you think about this, when you think about doing this kind of thing, Mike is running through the woods. You don't ever want to have just one costume of his, because if he's running through woods and he tears it up, which could completely happen, well, then you're sunk. Because you only had one version of his costume. As it happened, it worked. Because I went home. I was like, no, this is not working. That's not what Mike is supposed to look like. He has got to have the tunic. He's got to have the monk's cowl. I drove home. 6 minutes later, I came back. I was like, here is it. Here's what you're supposed to be wearing. And because it was not cuffed. Like he's running through the woods. Megan, who is our costumer, had cuffed everybody's costume at the foot. So if you're running through the woods, you don't have
it won't get tore up.
Inches to, right. I mean, you don't have that. But we didn't have that with Mike's costume, because I was like, no, that's not Mike's costume. I'm gonna go with Mike. So Mike had 6 extra inches of fabric on the end of his coat or his robe. And that could have been very bad. I mean, he could have torn that up when he's running from place to place. I mean, you've got to have that. But it just happened to be that I was like, okay, no. When you turn that, that's not Mike's costume. We're going to put another costume on you. I'll be right back.
Well, so it was meant to be. We'll call it precognitive problem solving. Precognitive creative problem solving.
I learned a lot about being a producer on, because that was like I said, the absolute very first day on set. And I was talking to my associate producer, or I was like, okay, so one of the things that happened wrong today is I told the costumer to bring everything. What is everything? No one knows. So from now on, we're going to have a list that actually said this item, this item, this item, this item. That's completely on. That's not on
That's
anybody
a very
else.
good lesson to learn. I think
that was learned
it's
the very first day. That was learned
it's the very first lesson you learned on your very first day. You had an opportunity to correct your own mistake.
Yes,
and I think that's very valuable.
And it was completely my mistake. There was nobody else's mistake but me. I'm the producer. That was my mistake. But I'm just telling people, when you go forward and use something like that, don't ever say, hey, bring everything to set, because nobody knows what everything is. You need to know, hey, this is what it's supposed to be, and here's the list of exact. And as it happened, I mean, it was just an accident that I happened to have designing my own Halloween costume that happened to be what Mike wears. I mean, that was absolutely an accident.
Oh yeah, it was serendipity. Absolute serendipity.
4 minutes away. And as a result, we have consistency through the whole show about what Mike wears.
That's really actually quite a fun little factoid.
Right. Because it would not look right if in this episode Mike were wearing what Dave wears.
Right.
Because this is episode 5, and all of a sudden Mike is wearing what Dave wears. Like that, I mean, that wouldn't work. It just by accident, it happened to happen that it worked. But you never want to be in an environment. Hey, bring everything. At the end of absolutely every day, you have to have a list of exactly what needs to be on set the next day that needs to be communicated to everyone, and that needs to be brought. That's the way that it has to happen. But I'd never done this before. Like when you see episode 5 here, this is absolutely the first day any of us had ever done this.
Yeah, it's brand new.
Hey, Retro Nerd Girl.
RNG's here.
Welcome.
We are glad for you.
It's a fantastic episode. I mean, I love this episode.
Yeah, it's a great episode.
Crazy, it's whatever. But so that episode was shot. I don't think any other episode in season 1. I would have to check, as I might be wrong. But I mean that there are most other episodes are shot in multiple days because you've got to move from different locations to whatever. But episode 5 of season 1 is shot in one location. We needed to shoot that in one day, especially to get the actress who played Carrie. We shot that as the season as episode 1. We shot that as day 1. We all got together and we shot episode 5 in one day. That was it.
That's awesome. That's quite a feat.
All right, you want to go to the next episode?
Yeah, let's go for it.
All right.
Fortunately, my fish was safe and sound.
Whoa. I've never had a nightmare like that. What do you think it means? I think someone's trying to mind control you.
Wait, you don't mean...
I do. That night at the graveyard. You said you saw the yellow sign.
You think the cult of the Yellow King is here?
Who's the Yellow King? And what's the yellow sign?
He is a king who even emperors worship, ruling from dark and lost Carcosa. The ultimate gift his cultists can give him is a city. And what city would be a brighter jewel in the crown of the Yellow King than our own great town?
His cultists mark their victims for mental torment with the yellow sign.
Oh!
Look! It's a yellow sign.
No. Just a church flyer.
But it's yellow, and it's a sign.
You'll know when you see it.
Keep your eyes peeled. Their agents could be anywhere.
You want some cereal?
No.
How about some eggs instead?
No. No! Get that away from me!
One fish, two fish, red fish, yellow fish.
Hey man, can you toss that back? No, it's not. Back time. Back side.
For the last 3 days, I've been tormented by the color yellow. Who knew there were so many yellow things in this world? Their cult has gotten into everything.
Mike is right. They are after us. So I've called an emergency cultist meeting to deal with the issue.
Where's Dave?
I don't know.
I told him to be here. Just can't have to start without him. It's getting bad, guys.
Yeah, their cult is everywhere.
Where are they coming from? We were the cult of the Yellow King. Where would we meet? There! You two, stay here and stake out that bench. We need to know everything that happens there.
How do we do that?
I don't know, just be inconspicuous.
Where are you going?
To get Shane a can. We need backup.
It moved.
What's up, guys? Sorry I'm late. I haven't practiced, kinda. Took a while.
All right. So first of all, I want to say, Retro Nerd Girl, if you're watching, I just sent you a link to the stream on X. So if you want to be here, I just sent you the link. Come on, Retro Nerd Girl, come on the show. I'd love to have you. All right, Bacon, what do you think? Let's go.
So this is a strong characterization episode. So as they're going their separate ways, we see the three categories of cultists, or the three categories of mindset that these individuals have, right? Ben, a complete novice, is attacking actual yellow signs. Mike, who's kind of half in, half out, is very, he's attempting to identify legitimate threats, but failing. And then Rob, who is completely bought in, really is the only one who identifies what I would call a legitimate threat. The one fish, two fish, red fish, yellow fish. It's perfect characterization. I think that the comedy is very, it's palpable, because eventually, right, everyone gets pulled into this delusion and everything becomes an enemy. So by the time that we've reached the end of the episode, where they're all still sitting around, well, I guess before the end of the episode, so before they go and attack the yellow bench, when they're sitting at their picnic table, they've all been sort of sucked into each other's way of thinking. So it starts off as, here's path 1, path 2, path 3, and then they all converge, and they're all just completely flipped out of their minds in the exact same ways that they all had been independently. And the bench scene is just great. It's great. It also explains a lot, because if they knew that Rob wore a fish on his head, it would be because they could see him from right across the hill, right? So
Well,
it's just really funny.
Yes. So the Titter Pig rancher Sable says hitting the bench with the stick is perfect comedic timing. That was not in the script.
That's great. That's great.
That was something that happened. And actually, if you watch that and you watch Rob, like, he's about to break out laughing. He stops himself. Dax stops himself from laughing because we were like, we have to have that scene because he rolled, but then Rob starts to laugh. So yeah, I agree. But that was not written in the script. That was something that happened that as we were shooting, and Rob starts to laugh. Dax starts to laugh. And I think we get away with it because I don't think you notice. But if you look at it now, and when you watch that scene, and if you watch Rob, man, Rob starts to, like, he's holding his laughing as he comes, because that was not something that was in the script.
Well,
That
Ben
was
coming up and whacking the bench, like, it calls your attention to the left-hand side of the screen. So I'm
Right, yeah,
ignoring
no,
Rob at that
right,
point, right? Yeah, that was a really good call. What was Ben supposed to be doing in that scene? Anything, or was it supposed to just be
no,
Rob?
I think it was just things that we were like, okay, what can we have? I think it was just like an extra, like, okay, what can we do? Like there were several like of those cuts scenes we just filmed without the script. So
Okay.
those, like the showing that the Scooby-Doo kind of scene, things like that, we just shot all of those like, hey, let's do them, and we just shot them without the script.
A bunch of B-roll. Yeah, if it's like editor, yeah, for sure, for sure.
Right. Yes.
Well, it's really effective. It's really, really effective. And it's funny too, because, like, thinking about that, like, Rob is in the scene, he's in character, he's beating up on this bench to, get the B-roll, and Ben, Glenn at the moment, because he's not on camera, right? So Glenn's over here, but he's in costume. Rob can clearly see him, right? So he's got to kind of tune that out. Glenn's like, what is he, testing sticks to see if they'll break on contact with the bench? And then he just runs in frame and whacks the bench. Like, that's an extremely funny scenario.
Yeah. So yeah, absolutely it was. So there was a lot that was going on in this moment that was not scripted. They were like, all right, let's bring, because this episode as well was the one, and this didn't end up happening, but this episode was the one that a lot of people were Brennan, who was the director of photography, and Brianna, who was the director, who was like, okay, let's submit this to a film show, film festival.
Oh yeah, film festival.
Submit
Sure.
this to a film festival. They were like, this is a very strange thing to submit to a film festival. Most film festivals do not have the ability to submit something like the Cultists to it, as we found out. I mean, whatever. Okay, I shot it. We did it in the way that we did it. Like, okay, whatever. But there are some film festivals who would allow us to submit something. And Brianna, and especially Brennan, who was our director of photography for all of this, was like, okay, if we're going to submit one thing that is standalone, because you can't submit all of this thing that we've been doing. But if you're like, if we want to submit one standalone thing, then this episode 6 came up often. Like, okay, let's submit episode 6. So
really,
as a technical and storytelling item, like if you're talking about all of the 5 episodes that we have, it often came up most that this episode 6 was the best.
Oh, interesting. Okay.
If you were trying to submit something, if you were trying to submit 6 minutes that is standalone to something, then it would be this. So that we didn't end up submitting it. That could be on me. I mean, is that good or is that, I don't know. But we didn't. But it came up a lot that, okay, if you wanted to submit one thing as a standalone film, episode 6, what you just watched, is the most standalone thing out of all the Cultists. Season 1.
Okay. I think that I would need to go through the episodes and rank them myself to see what I thought was the best. But I think that the strong characterization with the three paths and the joining at the end, I think, is a really, really strong contender. And I'm not surprised that came up as a result. But it's an interesting choice. I think it's a very interesting choice.
So the
but I understand, but I do understand it.
Yeah. So that, I mean, and I know I understand as well. Like if I had to show someone only 5 minutes of the Cultists, episode 6 is a strong contender for that. I mean, it is.
Okay.
This episode, like, as a standalone thing, I mean, it is a strong contender. I understand that.
Sure.
Yes, and because, like the Tenor Pig Rancher says, that hitting the bench with the stick is a perfect comedic timing, and that was not in the script. That was just something that was going on as we were trying to shoot this. That was not scripted.
Ad-lib can be great, and ad-lib can be really expensive.
It can also be really expensive. We did a lot of ad-lib in season 1, which is when you're looking at the things that are post credits. We have post credit scenes in episode 1. We did shoot a lot of things that were not scripted, and they became post credit scenes, and that's great. But yes, those are expensive scenes. We didn't do them for season 2.
And it's a situation where, like, I'm sure some of them were put in as a kind of, well, we have the footage and it was expensive, so I want to use it, kind of a thought process. Maybe not all of them. But
no, I don't think that.
Okay.
They were expensive. If they weren't contributing the story, we didn't put them in.
That's a really good decision.
You can watch the story without the without the additional footage, after credits footage. You can watch the entire season without the after credits footage and be without a problem. The after credits footage does add some additional information that gives you, like, okay, with the daughter and things like that, gives you some additional information. But like when I'm looking at that, the cost, I wouldn't do that again.
Gotcha.
That I wouldn't, like, because we had that, because I was like that. I was like, okay, let's do some some ad lib stuff. Most ad lib stuff did not get included because it wasn't as good. Like, I realized that. I was like, okay, oh my god, hey, ad lib a scene, it's not worth shooting. A couple of them were included, but I wouldn't do that again.
I get it.
So, all right, we got Retro Nerd Girl.
Hi, guys. How are you?
Hey, Retro, how are you doing?
I'm good. I just got home from work, and then when I walked through the door, I ripped everything off, and I was like, okay, well, I'm just gonna chill. I really did.
Okay, so that
very,
means
very
that right
honored.
now you're naked, and that's why you're not on.
Yeah,
Okay,
pretty much.
Just
Just terrified, yes. So I didn't want to terrify everyone, and I decided not to do visual today. But I'm super, super happy to be joining you guys, because this is such a great series, and I absolutely adore your go get itness and putting this out. And the organization that it takes to put this together. I don't think a lot of people really realize how much stuff you have to do to put all of this together and make it work. And then, on top of that, edit it into something that seems, something people can follow. And it's excellent. It's very funny, because I was just watching the last episode, and it just, I laughed like it was the first time seeing it. So
thank you.
Yeah.
I would say
It's
thank
funny.
you very much, Retro.
Yeah.
I want to realize what this is. I mean, this was our very first time doing a scripted episode, and I mean, this is not like AAA Hollywood kind of movie. I mean, I understand that, but but also, there are a lot of people who are like, oh, who are so critical and who don't actually do. Well, we did something.
Yeah.
We did
You
something. Here's the culprit. We did it.
You want to be
So
critical?
you can be
Go do
critical
something
of
of
it.
your own. Go do something of your own. I
mean,
am
you can
on board
absolutely
with
be
that.
critical of the cultists. I'm welcome to hear that. I mean, there are technical aspects that could have been better that we improved upon season 2. There's script things that we improved upon season 2. But hey, we're a group of people who did it.
You
You
did.
are.
You
We did
did.
it. We did it. We did it.
Yes, and it's great. I love it. So at least you've got some happy customers out there. A lot of people have. I'm noticing so many views on the channel and subscribers. It's growing, and it's growing a cult, if you will, a cult
Well,
following.
we need it.
So this is great.
Wait, hold on. I need to go back and look at the comments because I was not. The titter pig says, I gotta go. Is that the case?
Tomocrat, I think.
Oh, no. Tomocrat says I gotta go. Okay. Oh, no. Tomocrat. Okay. Tomocrat, it was so good to see you. Well, thank you very much for being here. We'll see you
Thank you for stopping by.
later, and we will continue. Thank you so much, Tomocrat.
Yeah, so good
that
to
was
see
great.
you.
Thank you so much. So I mean, that's what I say. I mean, like, I have been following the commentary on the mainstream film and TV for a long time.
Oh boy.
I just can't do it anymore. I think that we could do something so much more. Like, because we spend so much time, I can't even watch it anymore. Like the amount of time that's spent talking about, like, how much somebody hates Star Wars or something like that. Like, I spent a lot of effort making the Cultists, and you can say that, okay, man, it's not technically up to what it should be and whatever, especially season 1, whatever. But I did it.
Yeah.
Okay, we brought
I think it's amazing. I think it's
We
amazing.
brought a message, and we're going
It
to
is.
keep going. So that's what I would say.
You're going to keep going. You heard it here first, everyone.
Yes.
We're gonna
Season
keep
3
going.
is on the way.
And I think you could definitely do more, as much as you want with this. This is really incredible. And
Well, I don't think I actually did this. I should have. So now is the perfect time. Maybe nobody's watching. Who cares?
Ooh.
But here is the sign up. If you want to be part of what's going on with the Cultists, sign up with the Cultists. I'm not typing right. Okay, now I got it. There is the link inside the comments. There, go there. I'm giving away a $500 Elder Dice giveaway. But if you go there, you're going to know what's going on with the Cultists, and we need to do that. I'm working to try to find a large group of people who will be willing to sign up, so that we will be able to do a crowdfunding campaign and potentially do a season 3. Potentially, I'm going to do a game, whatever. But we need people. So if you want to see more of this, please sign up with the link I just put in the comments. That's what I would say. Please do.
Well, if you're still in Alabama by the time that happens, I'm very happy to show up and help.
I would love to have you. I've
That would be
actually
awesome.
thought about exactly what part I would have you play.
Oh, yeah?
Oh, yeah.
That's awesome.
I thought about exactly what part I would
Oh,
have
my
James
goodness.
Bacon play.
That's
I thought
awesome.
about exactly that. I thought about exactly how I'd like to see James Bacon all of a sudden appear on screen. I've thought about exactly that.
That's awesome.
All right. Well, Retro, is there anything we can go on to the next episode 7? Retro, is there anything that you would like to say about the series in general? And
Yeah.
themes and things like that. Is there anything you want to say before you go on to episode 7?
Nothing really intellectual. I mean, I am, I'm impressed with it all. Is where I'm coming from, knowing about production and knowing how hard it is to get things going in that sense, being like a small independent creator on your own,
Yeah,
doing
that's what
things
we are.
on the ground level, micro
Yeah.
budgets, incredible stuff you did.
Now, I would say that as you're watching season 1, the Cultist season 1, there is definitely a shift around season 1, episode 5 to episode 6. Because the original idea, like when we originally conceptualized this, was that there was going to be a whole bunch of different episodes, and they were going to be standalone kind of things that that were one-off kind of things that we're going to show you, and that it does happen in the early episodes of season 1, 2, 3, 4. They don't really connect to each other. I mean, they kind of do, but I mean, they're not connecting to each other. They're not telling an overall story. So you're seeing in the episodes, season 1, episodes 1 to 5, you're seeing the absolute earliest incarnation of the Cultists, which is, hey, we're going to do comedy sketches, one-off that relate to Cthulhu, And so that's what you're seeing in episodes 1 to 5. By the time you get to season 1, episode 6, which we just watched, we start to turn a corner where we're like, okay, let's actually tell a coherent story across episodes. So you start to see that in episode 6 and start to go forward. So there is a difference here, that it's not that all episodes in season 1 are, about a episode that you're telling a story of or whatever,
right. They're not all a part of an arc, but I think that the first
Right.
5 episodes are really, really well like they establish
character
and relationships and setting. Like they really, really go miles. I don't think there's a wasted moment at all in the entire series, because there's always something of substance. It's always substantive, and I think
Right.
the first 5 episodes, some of my favorite moments are in the first 5.
Well,
episodes.
thank you. Thank you. But now in episode 6, we're starting to tell a coherent story arc until the end of the season. That's what goes on. All right, well, let's go. All right, let's go. Episode 7. Here we go.
Dave's band has been infiltrated by the Yellow King, but I can exorcise him. It won't be pretty, but it's for his own good.
I didn't know. I swear. Don't you think this is a little over the top? By the power of Father Dagon! Oh.
Hey, I brought... What are you doing?
I'm purging him of the influences of the Yellow King. I'm not with the Yellow King! I'm with you! I swear!
Better do a bit more, just to be safe.
No, wait! Oh.
Probably good now.
So, this is pretty serious, huh?
Very serious.
Oh. What happened at the bench? Never moved.
Some people sat there.
Who?
I don't know. We didn't pay attention to that.
But there were 4 dog humping incidents.
Yeah, we watched that.
So what is your plan? You don't have one, do you?
Not yet.
Well, there was the bench thing.
What are these?
Teriyaki chips.
Sea lettuce algae, sea salt, octopus powder. Little disciple, this is not a snack. These are the material components for summoning Cthulhu.
So, this is the plan. Summoning Cthulhu?
If we had Cthulhu on our side, the cult of the Yellow King wouldn't stand a chance.
You know how to summon Cthulhu with snack chips?
Well, yes, of course. As a leading member of the esoteric order of Dagon, I am very familiar with Cthulhu. Beneath the waves, Father Dagon and Mother Hydra lead all deep one kind into the worship of great Cthulhu. Whoa, I didn't know that. When did you learn that? It is learned after taking the second oath of Dagon. Very advanced and not for the faint of heart. Come! I will show you. Can I get the...
I just don't think this is how Cthulhu works.
Disciple, I need you here. Okay. Wizard priest, I need you there. And Dave, right there. Bring forth the seasoned offering. Ho! Ho! Ha! Oh, ha! Shabada! 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 Oh.
I just don't want to say anything. Rob does not take criticism well. Maybe we should just see how this plays out.
Great Cthulhu! Cthulhu! The time has come! We summon you!
Shout louder! Maybe he's in deep thought.
Or on the toilet!
Or on a journey!
He's not on a journey!
Louder then! He must be awakened!
We're trying!
Nothing is happening.
Ben, we need more chips. Ben, where did you get those chips?
At the 7-Eleven.
I don't want to go to a dance club.
Guys, is this the best way to summon Cthulhu?
No. We don't need more snack chips. This won't work this way. I know what we need to do. Follow me.
All right. James Bacon, lead us off. Tell us about this episode. There's a lot to say.
There is a lot to say, and I know some of the history of like the ad lib from previous watch-alongs that I've seen. But this is the groups finally gelled, right? And even with the witches on the outside of the circle not really participating, that's kind of like their role, right? Is they're just kind of there. So they're fulfilling their role. And the entire group has gelled at this point, and they're all contributing to it, and it's so absolutely ridiculous. And Rob just talking about like he knows stuff, like, and on the one hand, I think it would be very impressive to the audience if Cthulhu did actually come out of the bird bath, right? But as we were talking about previously, it's not necessary. I think it would likely undermine the message overall.
It's not about that. It's not.
No,
about
it's not about that. It's not about
like tentacles come out of the bird bath. That's not what this is about.
No, but now it's about. I don't know. Like it could be taken two different ways, right? It's about either warring factions with the same passion, right? So there's people who love Call of Duty, and there are people who really hate Call of Duty. But they both love video games, right? So we have the cult of the yellow sign and our cultists who are both passionate about the same things, but who are now at war with one another. And it's a genuine enmity, at least in the heads of our cultists, right? We haven't met anyone who's actually a follower of the King in Yellow. So we don't even know if they exist or if it's all fictitious or what. And then it could also, however, be interpreted as, everyone coming together under the umbrella, under the auspice of what they love the most, and using that to, well, I guess they're attempting to manifest their will in the world, right? Whether or not it's successful, we'll see. But I think that it's very important to the message overall, and the one theme of loving what you love regardless of what society thinks. So now it's gone beyond just passively ignoring society and what they tell you isn't real or isn't good, and
They're
it's
going
about
very
actually
deep.
demonstrating.
They're going very deep.
Yes, it's about actually demonstrating why what you love is so, well, I mean, obviously, again, in this case, it's absurdist, it's over the top, it's ridiculous, but at the same time, it has that same message. It carries that message with it. Oh, yeah, there's a good one. R says in chat, OSR versus 5e. They love the same thing, but man, do they not like each other? It's pretty, pretty funny.
Okay.
Pretty funny.
Interesting. Yes. Thank you very much, R. So, like, for just looking at the comments, the Titter Pig Rancher says, "I love this episode." I mean, I think this is a great episode too. I mean, there's a lot in it.
Yes.
Because,
Yes.
like Brent says, there's so many great lines. Because Brianna and I packed this episode with biblical references intentionally. Like Rusher Nerd Girl says, yes, that the poor guy, like, he didn't have, like, right, he didn't have any.
Oh
my God. There's this physical layer. This, like, okay, I'm going to eat these snacks. And then, oh my God, they become so ritually significant that I don't even get to eat them. Right. Yes, exactly. Right. Yes. But then, yes, the Titter Pig RPG says, I love the biblical references. Like, Brianna and I packed this episode. The Cultists in general, but also specifically this episode, has a lot of biblical references, because this is the oh my God, whatever. I've had too much whiskey.
Oh, whiskey. Ooh.
But right, the yellow whiskey. But like, so right. So yes, we have the yellow, the biblical references about whatever. I mean, that is packed into this episode, because we've got we're trying to bring forward the. I'm sorry, someone's gonna tell me in the comments right now. But anyway, so yes, exactly. So yes, there are a lot of biblical references that come to in this episode. We bring them forward. Yes, in this episode. And so actually, so R asks, did you ever get any slack from genuine IRL cultists? No, but I got slack from genuine Christians. I absolutely did. I absolutely did. Because I actually had, like, my across the street neighbors.
Oh boy.
After we were doing the scene with the branding, which we haven't gotten to yet, but when we were talking about that, my neighbors actually came to talk to me about what I'm actually doing. So no, it wasn't actually specifically about, genuine cultists. But no, I absolutely did have people in my community talk to me about what it is that I am doing with this, shooting this. No, I absolutely did have that.
There's a meta commentary there.
Okay,
there's a meta commentary there. Like, just having taken it seriously, right? So here they are. It's an absurdist television series that you're filming. And it's a bunch of actors, and they believe in a fictitious entity, right? Absolutely, completely fictitious. It was created by an author in the early 1900s. And now you have people concerned that it is real.
Yes.
While you're filming, and have come to talk to you about it. And this has nothing to do with their own beliefs.
It's just, while I am filming a mockumentary of that subject.
Yeah, which is, I mean, I almost regret that you didn't get that interaction on camera and make room for it somewhere, right? Like, obviously you couldn't have done that. You had to get them to sign waivers, and who knows if they would have. But, like, there's a meta commentary about people taking this too seriously, right?
No, there is absolutely that. I am in the South. I am in the Bible Belt. I am 45 minutes south of Birmingham, Alabama. So I am in Birmingham, Alabama. In rural Alabama. I'm in rural Alabama to shoot all of this. And so, no, I did have problems when I was trying to find a place to shoot this with people who were not willing to have their house be used as a site for this because it is demonic,
Yeah.
because we're dealing with things that have to do with demons and something to do with Satan. So absolutely, I had people who rejected using part of their house, using their house for that because of that reason. And then when I used my house for shooting parts of that, which is
even that wasn't
predominantly
okay.
Season 2, right? No, excuse me, season 1, episode 2, when Mike and Rob are trying to work, trying to raise the dead. That's episode 2, season 1. That was filmed in my backyard. It was cold. That was another episode where it was cold. It was so cold. It was so cold. But nonetheless, we were shooting in my backyard. That came in my backyard. But nonetheless, my neighbors came to talk to me about what are you doing? And so I actually had to explain to them, oh, this is a comedy, whatever. But I actually had my neighbors come to me after I shot that episode that was like, what are you doing?
It's very, in the moment likely was not funny, but looking back on it, I think is pretty
looking back, it's funny.
Yeah.
In the moment, it's like, okay, I'm trying to shoot this show.
Yes.
And I need to be able to have a environment where I can come back to the next day, and shoot, that was another episode with like no, there was so much to do with that actually in episode 1. When I was trying to deal with my house does not look like a typical suburban house. If you've watched my YouTube channel, I have adapted my house to be something that is a tabletop RPG environment. Nothing about my house says typical typical suburban environment, so it can't be a environment for Mike's house.
Sure.
Okay. So it can't be that, because my house is built. I got a dungeon built for playing RPGs and things like that. I mean, it's not something that looks like a typical environment. So if you go and do that, can you have somebody else who is, somebody's lawyer? Like my aunt, I was like, okay, let's shoot this at my aunt's house, but she was getting divorced at the time.
Oh no.
And so her lawyer was like, you cannot shoot something like this at your
that
house
makes sense.
while this divorce is going on. So like I was like, oh man, we're gonna shoot this right here. It's gonna be right here. And then her lawyer during the divorce was like, no, you cannot. I mean, this sounds stupid, but I mean, it's true, and then I was like, my business partner at the time, David LaRocca, I was writing stories that was going on with like Cthulhu, and then like his wife was like, no, you need to alter your story because it's not like, this is too intense. So I actually had to, so maybe in the future I'm going to release these things, but like at the time, like I would write a story and then like David would be like, oh my God, this is awesome. And then his wife would be like, no, we got to adjust this story that you're writing. This is not okay. We've got to adjust this story. This is too sexual. This is too sexual. We're going to, so actually, so maybe what I should do is just later I'll release this in the original story. But like I've had this environment where like, okay, here we go. Here's the story. We're going to do this, Journey to Tree of Sorrow story. David's like, okay, I kind of like that. But then I sent it to my wife and it's actually too sexual. And my wife's like, I don't want that. And so you got to change your artistic and, vision of the story. So, whatever, and then I'm like, okay, we're going to do this Cthulhu, story, this Cthulhu film, the cultists. Oh my God, we can't shoot that here. That's not, his wife says, I can't do that here. We can't have something this satanic, being shot here, like actually dealing with like, okay, we can't shoot something this satanic regarding the cultists, so it was actually very difficult being here in the South, trying to shoot a show like this, where a lot of people are like, no, you're doing something satanic.
It's almost like you were just trying to shoot a show about worshiping Cthulhu in a world that just doesn't understand.
It doesn't understand. And they did not understand. And they did not understand. Right. They did not understand. And that's very true. I mean, and I understand that here in the South. I mean, my grandparents, whatever, like whatever, we're doing something outside and there are people wearing witches' hats and robes. And they're like, oh my God, that's something that's satanic. That I'm doing something satanic. Right. I mean, that has absolutely happened. So it was a difficult obstacle to overcome, being here in the South, to try to shoot a show like this when a significant number of people thought that this was literally satanic and would not be a part of it, and would not be a part of it.
Interesting.
Yeah, that's not anything I've ever experienced, but I can only imagine how frustrating that is.
It was very frustrating. It was very frustrating. I mean, and that goes forward with a lot of things that I want to continue to write as I'm going forward here in the next weeks and whatever. But that has been a situation with a lot of that my family has dealt with. That, okay, this is the Bible Belt USA, but most of my family does not conform to that,
Yeah.
And yeah, it's true. It's real. It's a joke until you actually confront it. It's a joke until people actually come to your house and like, what were you shooting?
Right.
Yeah, it seems like it's none of their business.
Yeah, you had people in witches' hats and dancing around the fireplace. We want to know what's going on at your house. Like, what is the problem here? Like, what are you doing here?
Like they were going to do anything about it. Like they were going to fight Satan personally.
Yeah, well, it's true. It's true because and then you have to deal with issues about what do you even mean by satanic? I mean, personally, I mean, this may be going too far afield, and Bacon can call me back or whatever. But when we're talking about like what does it mean to be satanic, I have a very specific idea about what that means, and I do not personally want to be satanic. Nothing that I do or write or shoot or film do I want to be satanic. Never do I want to approach that. I have no interest in that whatsoever.
Sure.
And then
the show
I go,
doesn't the show is not satanic at all.
Well,
It's just showing some kids.
No, I know, but I'm saying it depends on what your interpretation is.
Yeah.
Because I'm like, I have no interest whatsoever in showing something satanic on film. Okay, but then when I say no, we're not doing anything satanic, and then I go put on a black robe and I go dance around a black goat, there are people who are like, what the frack are you talking about? That's the definition of satanic. You're wearing a black robe. You are chanting things around a black goat. I mean, that's the absolute definition of satanic. Where I'm going, no, that was all a joke. No, I would never do anything satanic. I have no intention. But
that's exactly what a Satan worshiper would say, Heath. That's exactly what a Satan worshiper would say.
What satanic, right? No, exactly. It's very difficult to deal with. No, exactly what you're saying. That so personally, and we may talk about this later on, more on Table Talk. I have no interest whatsoever in being satanic. No, I am not satanic. I do not want to represent that. But I apparently have a much broader interpretation of what is comical.
Yeah.
And what is and what is a story than a lot of people do here, and especially like rural Alabama. Like in rural Alabama, like if you're wearing a black robe and you're like dancing around a black goat in the woods,
You're satanic.
okay, then you're doing something
Well,
satanic.
100% satanic.
Like there is no like they're not gonna deal with like, let's talk about literary interpretation. That is not something that anyone here, is going to. So, well, but anyway, so that's something that I deal with a lot, and my family deals with a lot.
Mm-hmm.
And I'll tell you what, like, I get it. If you are a true believer, then I would expect you to behave in certain ways, right? Like, if you feel like really honest to God, your mortal soul is in danger, I understand the behavior. It's still funny. I'm still going to laugh at it, but I understand it, right? So I wouldn't necessarily, and I'm not saying you are, I don't think you are at all. I don't find that behavior like, it's not really, it's understandable, I'll say. So from my perspective, it's understandable, but at the same time, like, it's your property, it's your house.
Yeah, that's your business.
You can, and like the cameras are out, and you've explained that you're like, it's not really all that hard to understand that what's going on is not actually Satan worship.
I think this is probably the true comedy of the Cultists, is that people saw the show as it was being filmed and actually thought it was real.
It was satanic, right? No, right.
Yeah.
Because the branding that was done in my backyard, the episode 2 that was done in my backyard, and yes, I had people actually show up at my house and like, what the hell are you doing? Like, what is going on? And
They
like,
were ready for an exorcist or something.
When they first showed up, I didn't even understand. I was like, what are you talking about? We're just like shooting a show here. And so I said that, and then like 30 seconds later, I was like, oh my God,
These
like
guys are-
my neighbor is actually here legitimately, but I don't want to, I don't want to laugh about it it's funny in some
I'll laugh
respect.
for you.
I know, but it's like, okay, so this person is actually thinking that I did something to like summon Satan in my backyard.
Oh man.
I mean, it's sometimes the best way to deal with that sort of thing is to be like, do you want to join us? I got spare robes upstairs. I can go grab you some.
Yeah, maybe that's what I should have done. Maybe.
Oh man,
but shoulda, woulda, coulda.
Really
There's a lot of things you could have done in retrospect, but
yeah,
you probably handled it in the best way possible, right? You gave an explanation. You were respectful.
Yeah.
Otherwise, who knows? You could have gotten the police called on your production. That would have been a mess.
No, it could have been. It could have been, because it's true. When I look back in time, when you're talking about the satanic interpretation of Dungeons and Dragons and things like that, and things like I mean, I was very much involved in all of that. My father was, and so that you have people who are like, no, wait a minute, this is this, and we're bringing great authority to bear, about your board game. You're playing this board game, or you're doing this TV show, or or this YouTube show, or whatever.
Yeah.
And my family talks about that quite a bit. They're like, oh my God, we're all here in rural Alabama, and we do these things, and it's interpreted as satanic by literally satanic by a large group of people.
Well, it can be really isolating because nobody wants to like actually talk to you. Then they're like carrying on other situations. I'm sure it's scary for them too, because they're thinking, okay, we have like a live, like satanic, ritualistic, high priest of the
I know.
next living right next to us. They were, I think, we've never seen the goat again. It was a goat sacrifice. They were just probably imagining all of this stuff, which is probably really traumatic.
I
but
know.
also,
We were hauling out this black goat of Cthulhu, the black goat of the woods. while we were shooting the show, and painting it and trying to take it out to the woods and things like that. And never in a million years that I had thought this was actually something satanic. I mean, like that wasn't even something that I had thought of. I'm like, we're just shooting a show. Like we're doing this, and we're trying to take this, this concrete, this extremely heavy concrete, go to Cthulhu, go to the Black Woods, out into the woods. And people were like, you have got to get this out of here, because if they if people find a black goat in the woods, you're going to jail. You have got to get you cannot, put this black goat. And I'm like, what are you talking about? They were just shooting a show or something. But people are very serious about that. Like people are actually.
It could be really
There's two
traumatic
ways
for
to
them.
handle the situation. You take the goat with you. No one ever sees it again. Goes into a prop closet. No one ever sees it again until the Cultist season 3. Or you string up a lot of hidden cameras around the goat and you just leave it there and see what people do.
So I mean you're absolutely right. So I don't. That has definitely been a problem here in where I live in rural Alabama.
And I don't even know if in future productions you could say, hey, we're doing a production, all of it is fake, it's not real at all, but it's meant to it's satire on something, and they'll see if there might be some people are like, no, you can't. But at least you want in your property, you should be able to do whatever you want.
We shot some of this in the park. I mean,
that's a public space.
We shot a lot of this in the park, but it's so when you're talking about when you're talking about people saying they're gonna just absorb a certain group of people who are worshiping, these people are worshiping this God, we'll just absorb that, whatever. And then that was a serious issue. That was a serious issue
for both sides, even though
because they don't understand. They don't understand.
They don't understand. Yeah.
But that's, I mean, but you have to understand that they don't understand. On another level, you have to understand, because when I go and talk to my grandparents on my father's side, who are a Southern Baptist preacher and his wife, they don't understand comedy Cthulhu. They don't get it, and I realized that hey, this is what I was doing. Hey, let's watch this. They don't understand the comedy element of that. They do not,
Yeah.
And they move on to something satanic, In some ways, in some levels, I respect something about that, and regarding whatever, we can talk about that later when we come up to table talk. But I mean, that when I'm sitting here with my grandparents talking about what I'm doing with the cultists, they see that as literally satanic.
Wow.
Let's see what's going on in the comments. I meant to see that. Do you guys see comments that we should definitely go to? Oh my God, it is yellow whiskey. Oh my God. Yes.
Oh my God.
So Brett says I'm a member of the Church of Christ. The show is clearly comedy. So okay. So that's interesting because Brett is a major contributor.
Oh, hi, Brett.
So you are a member of the church. The show is clearly, but that doesn't. My point was that the comedic element does not communicate to everyone. It just does not. It just does not. Someone will always be offended by something. Yes.
Yeah. And even though you had told them that it was going to be a show, not it's all being filmed. Well, not for a show, they just didn't didn't believe. That's really, definitely something to be considerate about, but also like understand that not everybody's going to be okay with what you're doing.
Yeah,
Well,
true. I mean, offense is only ever taken, never given. So someone's going to find it offensive. They're going to find it offensive. Nothing you can do.
And I think is really cool for like supporters and like for people who love this stuff is like we understand the sacrifice you guys had to go through to do this, and the scrutiny and the agony of like okay having to deal with somebody who actually believes you're doing something satanic. So thanks for letting us know, because I didn't know that was something that happened to you.
Yeah. Well, it is. It's down here in the South. It's definitely something down here in the South. And I don't know. Maybe it's probably not worth talking about more about, but it is something. It is absolutely something that happens. It is absolutely something that happens, because I mean, religion is a very strong part of society here.
Yeah, and then they could have made things even worse. Like they could have gotten some authority to shut you down or like do something really.
Well, right, but I thought about that with the like with the changing of the recreational the parks, the park benches and things like that.
Oh yeah.
They changed that in season 2. It's like we had because you don't shoot things completely chronologically, in the same day, right? So but that we were shooting things, and then we came back to the I'm sorry, I lost my terms here, but we lost our recreational terms, and everything that was there. I'm sorry, somebody give me a different name here. We were shooting and everybody had, and they were all nothing but blue picnic tables.
And then they what did they renovate in the middle?
And then we
and
came back one day, right? Now, so I'm trying to figure out what the name of this is, but this is a blue picnic table, and this is a yellow picnic table, and this is a green picnic table, and we were shooting, whatever. But it's not chronological because you shoot different things on different days because of different things and whatever.
Scheduling,
whatever.
yeah.
Right, you're right. And then we all of a sudden showed up one day, and all of the picnic tables were gone.
They were gone.
Oh, they were just gone.
They were just gone.
Oh, I thought you were going to say that they were good. They were a different color now.
Well, they came back as a different color. No, that's
Okay.
it. We showed up and they were gone. And we were like, oh my God, like we're trying to shoot some shows here. And then they showed up as different colors. Like somebody showed up with different colors. And we're like, because they wanted, oh, hey, somebody's shooting a show here. Let's repaint all of the picnics so that they look really nice. Like, no, don't do that.
Yeah.
Because we have certain colors that we need in this particular location and whatever. And they came back and they were like, okay, we're going to do blue and we're going to do green and whatever. And now there you go. Isn't that great? No, it's not great. Like we wanted it to be what it was. And you guys decided to come in and pull out some painting, of the different picnic tables.
Yeah. Brett to the rescue, by the way, with your term continuity.
Yes.
Continuity.
Oh, yeah.
Right.
Oh,
Yes,
I didn't know
exactly.
that was the word.
It was exactly. Thank you, Brett. Yes. So it was a complete disruption of continuity. Like, oh my God, like, don't show up in the middle of our shooting and decide to repaint everything here on this, under the because it's a huge continuity issue. Right. Yes. It was a huge issue. All right. You want to go to episode 7?
Let's do
episode 8? Episode 8. All right, let's do it. Let's do it. Here we go.
You can't just summon Cthulhu out of nowhere. He has to really know you first. He has to know that you're one of his own. Cthulhu didn't appear to us because he doesn't know us. We worship Yog-Sothoth, Dagon, Azathoth. We have to show him that we're part of his cult.
But how do we do that?
Gentlemen, I have had this book a very long time. Maybe it will help.
What is it?
It is the Encyclopedia Magica. It has a passage on the rituals associated with Cthulhu. Listen. The cultists of Great Cthulhu often worship him through depraved and orgiastic voodoo rituals, performed as an indescribably grotesque mass of naked human abnormality, braying, bellowing, and writhing in the moonlight.
That's what we should do. We'd get to see each other naked.
Or you could keep your eyes closed.
Imagine worshiping Cthulhu with Sherry.
To do this, we are going to need a greenstone idol of Cthulhu.
Yes, Ben, you may speak.
I can make it. I majored in art for a semester.
Great. Ben, you're on idol duty.
Now we just have to find a place to worship.
I got this. Hey, Mom! Can I have a party tonight?
You want to have a party?
Yeah.
Like a football party?
Yeah. Pigskin. Exactly.
Yes, of course. Whatever you want.
Bingo. Hey. Oh, I missed you too. So we're worshiping Cthulhu tonight. You should come. I mean, if you want to come. When I say come, I mean attend. So you'll be there? Great. What are you doing?
I'm in a cult now.
You wouldn't know the first thing about being in a cult.
Yes, I do. You dress up in fish clothes and say weird words. Yog socks mom party. Yog socks is the gate. See? Now I can come to your party.
No. You're not in a cult, and you're not coming to the party. Hey, Ben. Did you bring it?
Yep.
He's got a knife.
Yeah, it's Cthulhu with a knife.
Ben, Cthulhu does not have a knife.
Why can't he have a knife?
Well, who would make it for him? Cthulhu's like 10 stories tall. His knife would be the size of a streetlight. Change it. Change it. I swear to God. I'm trying to worship here. I got Cthulhu with a knife. Oh my God, what are you wearing?
It's called going undercover, man.
You scared me for a minute there.
Ah!
Sorry.
What is that?
Just something I like to use when I worship.
Well, hi, Dave. How nice of you to join us.
Dude,
I know. The band.
You've not been further compromised by the Yellow King, have you?
No, Cthulhu, no.
We're all here, right?
Almost.
Almost. Who else is coming?
Oh no. You invited her?
Yes. I just pretended like I was praying the rest of the time.
You want to hear Julie joke?
You can't joke
Fun and
about
everybody laughed, but I
Cthulhu.
was kind of embarrassed.
Oh,
I couldn't get up.
good?
They all got up. and
Probably
started
heard it before anyway.
And I was like just laying there.
It is an old one.
It looks like
So, do you do a lot of man-lady Cthulhu worship?
I've done plenty in my day.
What about man, lady Cthulhu worship?
Yeah. From time to time.
I've done man, lady Cthulhu worship. Totally done that. Just without the lady.
Dude! Wait. I've done that before. That's just by yourself.
Alright. Remember to do a lot of bellowing, braying, and writhing.
Like this?
No. like this.
That was very good. Now I'll give you a reason to bellow and ride.
Please don't. No eating. Okay, okay. It's enough. Let's start the chant, okay?
Time for downward fish, little disciple.
I am so excited that he is partying with his friends. I feel like he has finally turned a corner in his life. What are you wearing?
I'm in a cult now.
Just like in the woods.
Even better.
Thank you, Marcia!
As I was saying, this is good. This is very good. I'm going to surprise him.
No one wants to touch your fish.
Mom! Whoa, I'm grounded for life now. But worth it.
All right, I'm gonna let Bacon take that. All right, so what do you think? Here we go.
I think that the last line before Mom comes in the room, "No one wants to touch your fish," is ridiculous. Absolutely ridiculous. It's it's a very, very funny episode.
Oh yeah. So many sexual innuendos in there. It's like,
Oh,
oh,
yeah.
oh. Really funny. Really funny. Poor mom is like, oh, my child. She's so proud of him. And she's like, oh my God.
Mom finally has something that might go in her direction.
Yeah. And it goes horribly wrong.
And
man.
the sister coming downstairs, "I'm in a cult now." Like the matter of fact, "I'm in a cult now." Really solid.
Yeah. And the mom's just like,
Yes.
I need another sip of wine for this. Oh man.
Did that
All right,
glass get bigger over time or more full?
I don't know. We
Okay.
kept it full. We kept it full.
That would be a very hard thing to do continuity wise.
Yes. The Titter Pig Rancher says, when I say come, I mean attend. That was an issue about what exactly that meant. Yes. So I hope people understand that joke, because there are some people who did not understand that joke. Do you want to come? I mean, when I say come, I mean attend. And then, yes, you end up with, yes, Yog socks instead of right. Well, Daniel even says that here we go. I didn't catch that when I say come joke the first time. I only got this time.
Yeah.
So yes, that was that. Yes, we actually had to explain that joke to some people on set. They was like, okay, so what are we doing here? Which was a problem.
Yeah, it's really great. And everything, I would say, the earlier episodes definitely were like set up, but like once you guys hit your groove, like episode 5, 6, it just seems like the episodes even got more like tighter.
Yes,
I agree.
Yeah.
Yeah, I agree with that as well. I would say that we are beyond the point where we were doing episodes that were supposed to be like standalone skits. And especially at this point, we are now in an environment where we're writing episodes to be continuous, a
Yes,
continuous story.
Now,
and
were
it
you
looks
writing and
professional.
I'm
So.
sorry.
Oh, I just wanted to say it did look very professional, like as far as getting, along with the writing, the acting, editing, those particular things. When they gel right, they can make things look a lot more professional.
Well, R says, reminds me of The Office season 1.
Mhm.
The Office was a major inspiration for me when I was writing it. I had not finished it. The director of photography had also not finished it. The director of photography was highly inspired by Parks and Rec.
I love Parks and Rec.
So yeah, the director, when you look at the cinematography, Brennan was highly inspired by Parks and Rec. I
Yeah.
didn't know anything. I had never watched Parks and Rec when I wrote this season or shot season 1 and season 2. So that was not something that inspired me at all. But Parks and Rec was something that inspired the cinematography because Brennan, the cinematographer, director of photography, and when I look at this in retrospect, because I watched Parks and Rec after all of this, and then when I watched it after, I was like, oh, okay, now I see why some of our cinematography is definitely inspired by this.
Yes.
But that was in retrospect. That was in retrospect.
Yeah.
But
And look,
yes,
you can really see too that as it continues on, the cinematography is getting better and better and better.
yeah.
And
Well,
there's an
everything is getting
emphasis.
better.
Yeah, and there's an emphasis on like zoom a little bit. Later on it does. Right now I think we're getting like tastes of a little bit of the zoom. And it's really and using it well and to tell the story. It's like technical stuff that really matters though, because when you're
It does.
trying to when people are willing to accept and look at something and really like, oh, is this any good? Those are the things that they notice when it's done right.
Yeah, I agree. I agree. But it's expensive. It takes it. That's the kind of thing that you're just like, okay, so extra money goes to that. Yeah.
Yeah. Yep.
Now, you shot this on one camera, right?
Correct. Yes.
Okay.
This was all one camera. Yes.
So anytime there's a perspective change in the same conversation, there's a whole breakdown and then build up that happened between that perspective change.
Correct. Yes. Yes. Yeah. It's a one camera comedy. Brennan was running the camera, the one camera.
Amazing.
Yeah, that's really impressive.
Yeah.
And
right,
were
let's
you
go.
writing while you were filming? Or was the season all complete? No, you weren't. Okay.
Yeah. There were a couple of things that added while we were actually shooting, but those were earlier than here we are in the scene. When Rob was talking about when Rob was talking about, okay, this is my society or whatever, that's the only scene really that I can think about that we shot later. We had that idea about Rob when Rob's like, I'm really upset. I got to pay attention to my, oh, I just lost my train of thought. But whatever. When he's talking about that, that was shot on location. Like Brianne and I were talking about that scene when he was talking about like, oh my God, I'm different from society or something like that, or whatever that was. You know what I'm talking about? This was in episode 2. Nobody knows what I'm talking about. But there's
I don't remember the part.
there's a scene in episode 2 when Rob, even when he's like, "No, I'm fine," and then there's a cut, and it says on screen, earlier this morning, and he's weeping.
Oh yes, yeah, and he was just sitting there crying. Yeah, okay, I know what you're talking about.
Right. That was not written in the script until we wrote it the morning before.
Gotcha.
But that's the basically only episode or the only situation where we did that.
Otherwise,
so we did do that.
It was already finished. Okay,
It was already finished. Yeah. We wrote that episode. We were like, oh my God, let's write this. We'll give this the script to Dax right now about, okay, my God, I'm going to deal with this situation right now, but I'm upset. I'm crying. And we gave it to him, and he just did fantastic, and it ended up in the show. But that's the only instance of that. Most all of the time, it was something that's written before.
That's incredible commitment for him to be experiencing something personally and real, and to say, "Hey, I can use this for the show. Let's work it in."
Yeah.
That's very high commitment.
He made it happen, and that was amazing. I mean, Dax is amazing.
And to use it to make people laugh.
Yeah. That entire idea where he, and I think that even shows up in the trailers where it's like, we're not ready to deal with it, and then you cut to him crying. Like that, him crying was all staged after the episode.
That's an incredible commitment.
Yeah, that was not in.
A lot of respect for that. I have a lot of respect.
Yeah.
He just did it, and he made it happen. Let's see. Hold on, I gotta reset my screen here.
What's your stream now, Retro? Take it away.
Oh. Oh boy. I usually have so much to say. I'm like,
Go ahead. You got something to say? Okay, go for it.
Oh no.
No, we were just joking.
Oh.
Well,
It dropped you. It dropped you when I said
it did drop me.
Now, Retro, go for it.
Oh,
okay, Retro.
You
got things to say, Retro? Go for it, Retro.
Well, okay. If I say anything, I just went to the Cultists YouTube page, which I'm really surprised and shocked and horrified that I think I'm not subscribed. What's going on? So we just made sure that we subscribed to the Cultists YouTube channel, which is really awesome. Already has 4,000. 670 something subscribers. Great job. And just looking at some of the titles of some of the videos you have here, they are hilarious. I love the one, "Oh no, my brother is trying to sacrifice me." So that's great. Great job. I love all of these thumbnails and everything. So yeah, I've got some backlogging to do to look at these. I suppose behind the scenes, and also like just these are
Disciple,
just
this is not a
behind scenes.
snack.
Okay, well, thank you very much.
Yes.
Okay, so where were we? Where we need to go from here?
I think we just finished episode 8 or maybe 9.
We did episode
the material
9.
components.
I had to jump. Okay, let's find.
I feel like he is.
We have not. Have we actually done the orgy yet?
Yes, that we
Yes. So that's that. The next one should be episode 10, if I'm not mistaken.
Okay, so the
feel like
orgy goes on. They send the daughter up.
What? I know the band.
All right, I think here we go. We'll go after the orgy after this.
No, Cthulhu, no.
We're all here, right?
Almost.
Almost. Who else is coming?
Oh no. You invited her?
Yes.
So important.
I just pretended like I was praying the rest of the time.
You want to hear a chili joke?
You can't joke
Funny.
about
They laughed, but I
Cthulhu.
was kind of nervous.
Oh,
I couldn't get up.
good?
They all got up. and
Probably
started
heard it
food,
before anyway.
And I was like just laying there.
It is an old one.
It looks like
So, do you do a lot of man-lady Cthulhu worship?
I've done plenty in my day.
What about man, lady Cthulhu worship?
Yeah. From time to time.
I've done man, lady Cthulhu worship. Totally done that. Just without the lady.
Dude! Wait. I've done that before. That's just by yourself.
All right. Remember to do a lot of bellowing, braying, and writhing.
Like this?
No. Like this.
That was very good. Now I'll give you a reason to bellow and ride.
Please don't. No eating.
Okay. It's no. Let's start the chant, okay? Time for downward fish, little disciple.
I am so excited that he is partying with his friends. I feel like he has finally turned a corner in his life.
What are you wearing?
I'm in a cult now.
Just like in the woods.
Even better.
Thank you, Mama.
As I was saying, this is good. This is very good. I'm going to surprise him.
No one wants to touch your fish.
Mom! Whoa, I'm grounded for life now. But worth it.
Okay. I don't think we got to all of that. What do you think, James?
I think we did get to that. I think we did we RNG?
Yeah, we did.
Should we keep going? All right, should we keep going?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Go on to the next
All right,
one.
let's keep going. All right, let's keep going. All right, let's keep going. All right, there we go. Let's keep going.
We have to become so devoted to Cthulhu that when we summon him again, he will not be able to help but hear our call. Then we'll be able to run the cultists of the Yellow King out of town. Okay, let's brainstorm. How can we get Cthulhu's attention in a big way? Yes, Ben.
Maybe we just send him a very nice dinner invitation, like with his name on it and everything.
Ben, Cthulhu does not respond to dinner invitations.
Why not? Has anyone ever tried?
Who would mail it to him? Do you have his address in Relier?
He's sleeping. How would he read it?
Well, just write it down anyway.
No, we do not need to write it down.
Please?
Okay. Dinner invitation. What else we got?
Shouting
We tried that already.
Write it down.
Okay. Shouting.
Foghorn.
Yes. That is louder than shouting.
Blowing the foghorn with a searchlight right over Rillier.
Like a Cthulhu bat signal.
But then we'd have to go all the way to the Pacific Ocean.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's right.
Acantha, is there anything else in that book there?
Let me see. There's this. Those most dedicated to Cthulhu's nihilistic cult will sear the brand of his dragonesque and cephalopodic visage into their flesh. Often in a ceremony on the moonless night of the Lunar New Year, and witnessed by the god's wizard priests who smear themselves with the blood of their sacrificial victims. Of special significance in this ceremony is the chaotic rhythm beaten on drums of human skin by feral drummers, who are wholly given to whatever barbaric and animalistic impulses are buried in the recesses of all human minds.
That's it. That's what we need to do. Burn his brand into our flesh.
No, don't write that.
Don't worry, Ben. You don't have to get branded if you don't want to. If you're not fully devoted, you can be the drum.
Okay, Cantha. Can you read that passage and make sure we have everything?
Those most dedicated to Cthulhu's nihilistic cult
That's me.
will sear the brand of his dragonesque and cephalopodic visage into their flesh.
Got the brand right here.
Often in a ceremony on the moonless night of the Lunar New Year.
My mom won't let me out at night anymore. So we'll just have to be extra dedicated. I'm gonna heat the brand extra hot.
And witnessed by the god's wizard priests who smear themselves with the blood of their sacrificial victims.
Sacrificial victims.
Where's that Care Bear, Mike?
No Care Bear this time. This time we got a rotisserie chicken.
What about the blood?
We'll cover it in barbecue sauce first.
Oh, yeah. Cthulhu will never notice.
We might get hungry later.
I don't know, guys. This may not work either.
We can't stop now. We're already in far too deep.
Right. Okay. Of special significance in this ceremony is the chaotic rhythm beaten on drums of human skin.
That's you, Ben. Ben?
No.
By feral drummers who are wholly given to whatever barbaric and animalistic impulses are buried in the recesses of all human minds.
Oh, feral drummer. That's me. I love playing the drums. And I'm totally given to animalism. Take off your toga, Ben.
In his house in Rillier, dead Cthulhu waits dreaming.
Great Cthulhu. I pledge myself to you.
Cthulhu Fatagan.
All right, go for it, James.
Well, RNG, do you want to go first this time?
Oh, sure. It's great. You just can't believe at the end that they actually go through the branding process because that's pretty insane.
And yet they do.
Yeah, and
That
it's like, yeah, it's one of those where you're like, oh my god, like it's definitely a surprising moment because all of a sudden, of course, there's jokes and everything, but they actually go through with the branding process like ridiculously, and there's still no idea that what they're doing is not gonna work. They're not really like summoning
They are
Cthulhu.
committed. They are committed.
The commitment's there, yeah. So I love that about the characters. I mean, there's some of them that, of course, are like the witches. They're like, okay, let's just do this weird thing. But they're I really adore, especially Rob's commitment to
The
being.
scream. Yeah,
Rob is all
scream is
in.
so
Rob is
good.
all in.
Yeah. So yeah, excellent. Um, I really love it. This was shot day for night, or was it truly like
Yeah,
dark
the only night that was shot was the
episode 2.
Episode 2, right? Yeah, so this is all day, right? Yeah, we were like, okay, we got 9 things, and then Brennan was like, can we just like do this during the day? So right, so yeah,
Yeah,
so
and just to give everybody a concept of like shooting at night, you really need some really
right.
powerful lights for
Oh
that.
yeah.
And
Shooting
so
night was too terrible. It was too terrible. We have the night scenes in season 1, and then we don't have them after that because it was like, oh my god, we just can't do that.
yeah, you need really big lights. You need a lot of especially if you're in a place like where there's a lot of a rural kind of environment. It can be very, very difficult to shoot. You need like either a soundstage or a place where you have a lot of control and a lot of lights. So I thought it was a great job. You guys did it's so good. I do love this particular um show, like what you guys were able to do to tell this really funny story.
I agree, and I think that, and I'm gonna get ahead of ourselves a little bit here, but like
Okay.
after they try to summon Cthulhu at the bird bath, and then each episode after that is okay. Well, let's try this. Oh, okay, well, let's try this. Okay, and it gets progressively more and more absolutely ridiculous, right?
Right.
Until Rob brands himself, and then they just go back to the bird bath again, right? So it's like it's this really funny cycle of just this out of control natural or not natural, it's a forced escalation, but it gets like more and more absurd every step of the way, only to just go back to where they started.
Yeah.
They don't really understand the significance of Rob's brand. They do. That comes up in the second season.
The brand,
right? That does come up in the second season, but the first season it does not. I guess they brand this guy, and like even like Glenn, who plays Ben, like Glenn, while he was just like, oh my god, if that really happened to this guy, he would be in so much pain. Okay, so if we were actually watching this guy get branded, like he would be in so much pain at the end of the scene.
Yeah,
he
it's
could
a
have died
pretty
from shock. He could have died from shock.
Yeah, I mean, it's a pretty big brand. It's not you could make a small little Cthulhu brand, that's like maybe, the size of a quarter. They pick the biggest
No, they didn't
brand
do
that
Yeah,
they
it's the
can
whole
find,
side of his face.
and they not like his back or his arm or his leg, his face.
Yeah, I don't think it didn't like the book didn't stipulate it had to be his face. It just said brand the flesh of, right? He picked his face.
Yeah. And so it's just like super, super over the top. And it's great because you're just like you're like he has to wear the shame of not actually summoning Cthulhu for the rest of his life with this
Your
brand.
life. Right,
Yeah.
yes. Right. Well, that's part of it. That of course, like we're moving a little bit forward, but it's unsuccessful. Like in the episode 10, but like Rob really commits himself permanently to this. And I'm like, oh well, it doesn't really work in the next thing. But Rob is completely all in. Like,
Yeah, no, he was enthusiastically like, I'm the one that should be branded. And it's like, oh my God, I would not be the one. I would be like anybody else but the one who gets the brand. But he enthusiastically was like, yeah, that's me. I'm the most, um, crazy about this or obsessed with this. And he's right. He is the most because he does pay the ultimate sacrifice with the branding. So I love
yes,
that
right.
about
He's
this.
going all in. He's going all in.
Yeah. I mean, this is great because this kind of writing really puts a smile on your face, right? Is all the characters they're just acting on impulse. They're not like malicious or anything. They're just trying to do this thing that they think is going to be amazing.
Yeah, and this is a turning point as far as our script writing and things like that. We realize that like we've got a whole bunch of stupidity before this that can arguably be reversed. I mean, it doesn't really matter. But then at this point, somebody's about to do something that just cannot be reversed. Somebody's going to be branded for Cthulhu on their face like right now. And like, is that actually going to happen? Because arguably in the beginning, everything can be reversed. And now at this point in the story,
yeah, you can't go. Yeah.
We have a situation where you can't go back.
Yeah.
It's also very it's also funny because it usually, right? So this is a very serious event. It's lampooned, but it's a very serious event. And I guess like we know that he has his face branded, right? But if this is your first viewing, you have no idea where he put the brand until next episode. So like next episode, it's absolutely hysterical. And oh man, I'm losing my train of thought. Oh no.
Oh, you'll catch it back again.
Yeah, I hope
You'll
so.
catch
I
it
hope
again.
so.
Yeah.
Well,
'cause he
it was funny when we were shooting the show because the brand is on his face only for one day of shooting in episode 1. That we brought in our makeup special effects artist, and she produced this, and there was only one day where she had to, or where Rob had to have the brand on his face. But then when we came up with season 2, everybody was like, "Ha ha! You're gonna have that on your face for the entire season!" Ha ha ha! That was a one-off thing that generated for season 1, but that has ramifications completely for every scene in the season 2.
Well, life imitating art, right?
Right.
Rob had to suffer the consequences, and now so does Dax.
And now so does Dax. Exactly.
I remember what I was going to say. So usually in a comedy show like this, right? Like for example, there's The Office and there's Parks and Rec, which were influences. You have a couple of like wholesome, emotional, endearing sort of moments that are taken they're played very straight and they're taken very seriously. This is the absolute opposite of that. So it is a very serious situation, but it's ratcheted the absurdity through the roof. He's branded his face.
Yeah.
So it's like even in that, right? There's the serious moment that's played for laughs, but like absolutely absurdly.
He can't go back.
Absolutely cannot go back.
Yeah. It is part. I don't know why it's funny. I have no idea why it's funny, but it's hilarious.
Well, I mean, I think it's funny because you cannot go back. It is so like something horrific that you do to yourself, and like as when you return to it in the next episode, which we're about to watch. I mean, Rob is still completely okay with it. Like, oh, because because at the end of episode 9, you don't really understand what Rob's. I mean, he yelled like which ah.
Oh,
You don't really understand what his opinion on this is going to be. And then when you get to episode 10, he's still like, oh my God, this is amazing. I've never done anything better
yeah,
than this.
yeah.
It's so cool.
Yeah. No, Titter Pig Rancher has it nailed. Says that it's funny because it's ludicrous. Yeah.
Because like as
Absolutely.
we were shooting the show, like Glenn, who plays Ben, was like, if he just had that happen, he would be in so much pain. like nothing that like obviously at this point in the show, like if you are sitting there and you are branded on your face with this, like I mean, there's no way that you are feeling okay after that.
No,
So I mean,
no,
like,
no, no.
there's just no way that's going okay. But that it does turn out he's like, oh my God, I've never felt more, inclined than the deep ones, or related to the deep ones. Like that's what the next scene is going to be. But it is that, oh my God, if like I think that the absurdity is as a writer or whatever, but like, oh my God, if this happened to you at this moment, you would be absolutely absurdly devastated and in pain because of what just happened to you.
Yeah,
And
this
yet
is
the
a stay in the
absurdity of
hospital.
show
This is
that
like
there.
monitoring for shock. This is probably grabbing a crash cart, right? Like this is
Right.
bad.
Yeah.
Oh my God. But the humor of the show is that it continues with him like, oh my God, this is amazing. This is the best thing that's ever
Oh man, yes. Totally.
All right. Well, then let's go with it. So here's the final episode.
Which is
just love it.
laughing.
When my time comes, I'm thinking I might just do the temporary tattoo of Cthulhu.
I've never done anything this intense. I feel truly aligned with the deep ones in this moment. I know I'll make them proud. Wizardly Priest, Ladies of Azathoth, Dave. Yeah.
Dave. No name. Oh, Dave.
Sacrificial victim. Ceremonial dagger.
This is rubber. It's all I could get. Mom won't let me near a real knife anymore.
Whatever. Spell components. Spell components.
Sorry I'm late. A large man was ridiculing me at the 7-Eleven.
What? Why? Never mind, Mike. Dedication, Ben. Dedication. Your mind and your body belong to the cult.
Right.
Do you have the chips?
Yes.
Ritual music. Funglui. Mcgwalnath. Cthulhu Rillier. Wagaf Nagel Fatagan.
Yeah. Cthulhu Fatagan.
Cthulhu Rillier Fatagan. Cthulhu Rillier Fatagan. Cthulhu Rillier Fatagan.
Where's Cthulhu?
He should be here by now.
If he did just wake up, he's probably just getting a cup of coffee.
What are these? What are these? It's the chips.
These are the wrong chips! You idiot!
They were out of teriyaki, I swear! I didn't think it would matter!
Of course it matters! You can't summon Cthulhu with sour cream and onion!
I'm gonna get you! This is all my fault. If it weren't for me, Cthulhu would be here right now. I can't do anything, right?
Perhaps the stars just were not right for Cthulhu.
Ben.
I know what I have to do.
Are you okay?
We didn't sacrifice enough. I didn't sacrifice enough.
What are you gonna do?
I offer myself to great Cthulhu.
Oh, yes, my disciple.
No, you can't.
It's the only way.
Yeah, sure, but sacrificing yourself, doesn't that seem a little extreme?
Music. Music! The flutes of Azathoth.
Ben, that's not a flute. That's just a recorder. You can't sacrifice yourself to recorder music.
Yes, I can. And I will. Yeah!
It's a rubber knife, Ben.
Yeah. Mom won't let me have a real knife. She thinks we're gonna hurt ourselves.
We're not gonna hurt ourselves.
You just tried to cut your heart out.
That was on purpose, though. I can't even sacrifice myself right.
Maybe that's a good thing.
I don't think I'm cut out to be a cultist.
No. Don't say that. You're a great cultist. More than that. You are an amazing cultist.
Really?
You can always try again tomorrow.
Dude. When you were about to sacrifice yourself, that was real, man.
Yeah. Might have been a fake knife, but it was still the greatest thing you've ever done.
It was pretty great. My proudest moment.
Any cult leader would be proud to have you as their disciple.
Okay.
I have stopped asking him what he does with his cult friends. At this point, I would rather not know. You have to pick your battles. What matters to me is that he does his chores and turns his homework in on time, and lately he has been much better at both, so all things considered, I am pretty happy.
How about a blessing? O great Cthulhu, we thank you for your many blessings upon this house and upon the whole world. We pray that you would lift up our friends and crush our enemies.
And please bless this food and the hands of those who prepared it.
Amen.
Oh, I got more salt.
Oh, thank you, honey. That's good.
I vacuumed it off the floor after my ritual.
Mike.
All right. So tell us about it, James.
It's like,
how
the
do
fact
we end this?
The father starts drinking at the end is funny. It's when Dave says to Ben, when you were going to kill yourself just then, that was real, and it wasn't real. And then
Right.
Ben says, this is, what's he say? This is the realest thing I've ever done. This is the greatest thing I've ever done. It's the only thing. It's the only thing they've done that was completely fake. They had a real orgy. They actually branded Rob's face. It's the only thing they did that's completely fake. And on top of that, like, don't you think that's a little extreme? Like, everything else wasn't. It's a very, very sound, well-written ending. The fact that everyone finds their place at the end too. So the fact that the theme that I like to speak to, the theme of belonging, is absolutely cinched up by the end.
It is. Yes.
He's found his place at home.
Yes.
His sister has found her place at home. Mom and dad have found their place. It's uneasy, but it's very together, right? It's very put together. The fact that the cultists kind of in the moment resolve all of their issues with one another. There's the group hug. So I think that it's a very, very fitting ending. I think it's a very well constructed series.
You do have a together moment, right?
Mhm.
They come together at the end to come to something. It's a like, of course, I wrote it with Brianna, but I'm like, it is a wholesome ending.
Yes, it is a wholesome ending.
We brought it together with a wholesome ending to this show.
Yeah, and it's one where I would say this time, if I think that it is important that Cthulhu is not summoned this time, right? So this is a bit of a shift
Yeah.
because as we were talking about it earlier, when they first tried to summon him, we were talking about how it could be funny if he showed up, but it's not really what the series is about, right? So I think that Cthulhu definitely not showing up is it's not immaterial, right? It's not immaterial because the fact that it isn't about Cthulhu actually arriving to thwart these non-existent enemies that we've never seen, or at least have not yet seen.
Yeah.
It's just really, it's them just kind of hanging out and being with one another and doing the thing that they love so much and using the thing that they love so much to attempt to appeal to the wider world. And by the end, it gives them all perspective. So it's important that they didn't summon Cthulhu. It's very important for Rob, but it's important that they didn't summon Cthulhu because they're all okay with one another. They're all okay that if Cthulhu didn't show up. What's more important is that they all engaged with each other. They trusted each other. They relied on each other. Mike goes home and he has this renewed sort of family life with his family. So I think that Cthulhu not showing up is actually integral here.
Well, Cthulhu not showing up, but a version of the script prior to the final version had the cultists of the Yellow King showing up.
Mm-hmm.
Because in this, it seems completely the case that they are imagining the threat of the Yellow King.
Yes,
that there is actually no cultists of the Yellow King. We wrote several different versions of the script where where you actually saw the cultists of the Yellow King, and there are cultists of the Yellow King out there, and we dropped all of that. Because at the end, in one version, we had at the end, when they're, doing whatever, basically they did at the end of the show, then you pan and you see at the window the cultist, the Yellow King, watching them.
Ooh.
And that concretized the idea that actually the cultists, the Yellow King, are out there. And Brianna and I were like, no, that does not work. So we jettisoned all of that.
Yeah, it changes the mood totally. Now it becomes scary.
Right.
Now these guys were kidding around. Now it's real. Now
Right.
it's real.
So we never wanted to concretize it at the end. At the end when we were writing, we're like,
So
okay,
good.
so
Yeah.
we're never gonna we are jettisoning the ending that concretizes the actual existence of the cult of the Yellow King that's after these guys, because as it turned as the show develops and has actually been shown, there may be no Yellow King. I mean, that's just something they
Right.
made up. They say whatever. So concretizing it would, at the very final scene of this film, or would be very different.
Yeah.
That they are actually under threat. No, we were like, no, we can't do that. So we jettisoned all of that to say, hey.
And
the
it
Yellow
keeps,
that was a good
King is not
decision.
concretized.
I agree. This keeps them innocent too. Like they're innocently
Yeah.
imagining this. They're like, and it increases the empathy you feel for them, because once it's real, it's like, oh snap. Like that's a totally different storyline, which could work in its own way if you were going down the path of a horror storyline, where I think you're so far it's been funny, it's been hilarious, hysterical, and just like cute and fun and light in a way, even though you're dancing around these like more interesting issues. Now, that group hug was just perfectly placed. You needed it.
You bring
you
that
really
together.
needed it. Yeah,
It-
you really needed it.
because that makes it such a sweet ending.
Yeah.
Well,
The witches too coming in, because they've been kind of like, yeah, look at these fools.
And they were even hesitant, even in that scene. You can see that the way they were playing their characters hesitant, and they break down and they.
I think the way that you
go over
filmed
there
it,
and talk to your friend. Their one is nudging him, and then they're like, come on, let's just all come in for that group hug. It's wonderful, wonderful.
they held the group together, and they brought the group together.
Yeah.
I think that the way that it was resolved, wholesome, more effectively resolves the theme than had the Cult of the Yellow King been there, because that would have absolutely completely changed, like RNG said, the tone. It also would have changed the message a little bit, right?
Yeah,
because if the cult is actually out there, then it becomes less of an issue of perception and trying to interface with the world, with the thing that they love, and becomes more of bumbling idiots who can't really figure out the reality of the situation.
Yeah.
So I think that you resolved it extremely well, and speaking to the theme, which I dig that.
Yeah, and some of the earlier scenes are not going to be as funny. Like you're going to be like, okay, they needed to do that. They needed to do all
If
these
there's
things.
somebody actually after them,
right?
Yeah. If now looking, like, even you can still go back and enjoy every episode, seeing how silly they were. Their path went down, and it's just like
if
they're
there's
just getting
actually
more.
been somebody out there.
Yeah, and you're. It's not looking ridiculous anymore. It takes away the humor, but if you as keeping it as is, we can always return to the beginning of the story and still have the same laughs all the way through, because it's them messing around and overthinking things, going overboard. Like, okay, what if we tried this? Just being zany and ludicrous, and it's fun, much more fun that way.
Well, and that's let me bring up these two lines. The Titterpig RPG says that was on purpose, though. That's another laugh out loud line.
Yes.
And Brent also comes up with, "Mom won't let me have a real knife anymore." Those lines kind of go together,
Yeah.
and it's because, like, okay, no, because isn't that the case? I mean, I feel like we experience that as children, that like mom wants to prevent me from cutting my heart out, as long as it's something that I'm playing regarding. But like, no, wait a minute. If I'm really doing that, then it's something different. Am I capturing that, or am I not capturing that, James?
I think it's captured very well, and it's layered in such incredible humor. Like, we as the audience understand that the reason Mike isn't allowed to have real knives anymore is because he is a danger to himself and others. And the fact that Ben doesn't understand that when he says, yeah, well, that's on purpose. Like, his thought process is, you can't have a real knife because you might accidentally hurt yourself. That's not why he was not allowed to have real knives anymore.
He might intentionally hurt it.
Yes, it was absolutely because the intention was there.
And they don't get that.
Right. It's and so it's like it's layered under this, like, there's the overarching concept plus him not being allowed around real knives anymore, which is funny because he's an adult and he can do what he wants, right?
Yeah.
But then underneath that, there's this extra layer of, yeah, but this is on purpose. Like, it's just a very, very effective joke.
Like, right. I don't like, if I have this, I might accidentally hurt myself. And so I've got to make sure I don't have it for that reason. But if I'm intentionally trying to hurt myself,
that's different.
Then I should have this.
Right.
Yeah, and I love the way that was sort of like a line you don't think about until it actually like does come into play, and you see, oh, if it was a real knife, that could have been the end of Ben, right? I believe the disciple. I keep thinking, I always call him the disciple because that's what Rob calls him. But there's a lot in again the dialogue. There's a lot of like layers, and it's like whiplash. It kind of reminds me of a movie that from like the 1940s, where I used to do a lot of that fast dialogue, but it wasn't it was like you got everything you could possibly get in the dialogue in just a few moments. So yeah, I'm a big fan of the way this was written and put together, as far as as far as like just the clever lines, the clever one-liners, and the things that are also mean something later on. Those callbacks and like setups, and they're really great.
Tutor Pig RPG says you can't sacrifice yourself to record our music. right. Like, that's like, okay, this is ridiculous. But then you can't some Cthulhu with sour cream and onion, which becomes a classic.
Yes.
And the sour cream and onion when they go. So yes. So where are you going at that? So I don't know. So yes. So I think I mean, I don't want to talk about it too much because it sounds like self-aggrandizement or whatever. But that we made those things, and I think there's a message that came through beyond what we were just writing, on the superficial level, and I'm very proud of that.
Yes, and I think the message is. Oh.
No, you first.
Well, I was gonna say. I think the message is that you can't summon Cthulhu with sour cream. So that's the main.
Absolutely perfect
takeaway.
Absolutely perfect.
And fake rubber knives, that's for sure.
All right. Well, hopefully we will have released all of season 2 on the new channel, and then by Halloween of next year, we will be here doing the Halloween episodes. Episode 2 or episodes season 2 episodes 1 through 10 for Halloween. That would be amazing.
Yeah.
I mean,
We'll see you in a
I'm
year, everyone. I'm kidding.
yes, I know it'll be another year, but I am so impressed by like when I was looking at this, like the response that season 1 has gotten. I've been paying attention to the number of concurrent viewers that we have seen, which is like between 13 and 17 as we're going
That's awesome.
here. And
That's awesome.
that's been amazing, and I really appreciate that. Thank you everyone who has been watching. We're going to be doing and we're going to do it again. So next year we'll probably be doing an analysis of season 2. Maybe James Bacon and Retro, you will come back and we'll do an
I'd love to
analysis
come
Oh,
back
of
too.
course, yes.
I hope we'll be releasing season 2 in about maybe January, but that'll be
Oh.
like week to week. So February, if it's February, let's say it's February. It'll be 10 weeks or whatever. So season 2 will be released next year. So next January, we will probably be talking about season 2, which I think is much better than season 1 from a technical perspective. We learned so much from season 1 and we applied that to season 2. And we'll see. We'll keep going. And I would love to have you both here, James Bacon and Russian Nerd Girl,
I
a year.
would love to return.
I would love to be here.
Yeah.
All right.
How much time passed between wrapping on season 1 and starting Principal on season 2?
Oh, that's a good question. Maybe a year and a half.
Oh wow, that long. Okay, cool.
Yeah. It was long. And it's been so much longer since season 2. I mean, this is already 2024. I was looking at that. I was thinking, oh my God, we haven't. And that's my fault as the producer and who is trying to market all of this. That's my fault that like, okay, oh my God, it's been so long since season 2. We've not been able to capitalize on that. But I'm working on it.
Yeah, it frequently is not worth worrying about blame. Just worrying about how to move forward from where you are. You know what I mean?
Yeah. We're trying to move forward.
They're doing a fantastic job.
It would be amazing if we were able to come up with a way to do season 3. We had written a script for season 3, and I went back to Brianna with the script for season 3. This was several months ago, and I was like, okay, let's actually attack what we had written for season 3. And we have grown so much as storytellers through Table Talk, the Table Talk YouTube channel and others. And when we actually went through what we had written for season 2, because we had written the whole scripts for season 3, we had written the whole scripts. But when we went through them, we were like, oh my God, okay, this isn't worth shooting. Actually, we're like, okay, this isn't worth shooting. We've got a lot more that we would need to deal with in order to do a season 3. I would love to do a season 3, but I would in no way want it to be in one of those situations where it's like, okay, I mean, it was fantastic. You, from a visual perspective or whatever, and you did the visual perspectives of it, but the script was missing. I'm looking at it right now. And we're like, okay, this script is not ready to go. So in order to do it, we would have to actually get the script ready to go in order to do it. If that makes sense, what I'm saying.
No, it makes sense.
No, it does. It makes perfect sense.
Yeah.
Yeah, you've grown beyond what you wrote on the page for season 3, and that happens. It happens.
We wrote season 3 basically as soon as we finished season 2.
Oh.
And at that moment, it was good, but now both of us look at it and go, okay, this is actually not good.
Is there anything you can salvage from there? Is there
absolutely. I mean, it's not
okay.
No, it's not a whole loss. But
okay.
No, right. It's not like, okay, the entire idea is bad. No, that's not it.
Yeah.
But what we actually put on paper as far as writing is not today what we would want to have happen.
Yeah.
So we would go from the beginning to do that, which
Oh.
I would love to, man. I would love to. We'll see.
Well, I will say this, that it's definitely something I am actually looking forward to seeing what you guys do for season 3, because I do remember seeing season 2, but it was a while back. And
Me too.
so good. It was so good, and everything improved. Every level of production improved.
Season
And it
2
was
will
like,
come out in next year, in
yeah,
about February, March, or something like that. I don't know. And you're exactly right that season 2 is better in every way regarding season 1.
yeah,
Storytelling, it is better. Costuming, it is better.
jokes,
Cinematography, it is better.
yeah,
Like
story,
everything, because we learn, like everyone who was a part of this learned so much between season 1 and season 2. Season 2 is so much better than season 1. And if we were to take what we had learned and do season 3, it would be amazing. It would be amazing. But people say like, "Oh my God, I didn't understand how expensive this was." The Cultist season 1 was expensive. The Cultist season 2 was also expensive. The Cultist season 3, if we're going to do it to the level that I would want to do it, is also extremely expensive.
Have you considered seeking investment? I'm sure you have.
Well,
I have, but part of that is I've thought about that, but in order to do that, I want to show people that people like season 1 and season 2.
Gotcha.
Which is here on YouTube, and so
Different
that
content, yeah.
if you're watching, liking the channel, liking different videos, and that kind of thing, and commenting and things like that is showing that you like this, and that might help me create a I just lost the word, but whatever, pitching, to pitch the show to other people.
okay.
If you like it, then please do like this, the show here, whether or not it's it is a show, or whether it's just something that's up here on YouTube, or whether it's another interpretation of this, whatever it is. If you like it, that will help us go to other people and say, hey, this is something people like and that we can continue, if that makes sense.
Yes, it does. And yeah, I think that with your new channel devoted just to the Cultists, that's a great place for everybody to kind of hub in and kind of gather around for subscribe and all those things, because
I think that'll work in the end. I think that will work in the end.
it was such a great idea. Yeah.
Then we'll.
It's a hub now. You have a place where you can have a community. There's a community tab there. You can leave like little notes to update people and all sorts of really cool things. So I'm looking forward to that. I thought I was subscribed a long time ago, but it looks like YouTube unsubscribed me. I'm resubscribed now. So I'm happy about that. So I can get all the updates and stuff. And all your other projects that you're going to be working on through the Cultists. It's all very exciting. So
Well,
this
thank
was
you.
so much fun. Yeah, this
It
was so
was.
much fun.
I really
Yeah.
appreciate both being here. This was great. Like
What a great
in the
tradition.
coming weeks, I've got a lot of things that I want to write that have to do with the different different presentations of the stories or whatever, whether or not that's something that is written. Well, I can't even know what words I'm trying to say here.
It's all right. We're all tired. It's about time to sign off.
I know.
Everyone in chat saying good
I'm
night.
sorry. No, whether or not we're talking about hard um, interpretations or representations of what's going on. It's time to start that in a lot of ways, and I'm looking forward to doing that. And I really appreciate you, James, being here, talking about the cultists as far as storytelling goes, and also you, Retro Nerd Girl. I really appreciate you both being here.
Well, I'm honored to be here. Thank you for the
Yeah.
invite.
Likewise, I am very, very happy to be here. And I was like, oh, let me hurry up and get home and see the Cultists celebration for Halloween. And so I was really excited about this. And I'm really even more like completely surprised that you asked me to come on just really, really honored. Thank you.
No, I'm so glad you were here. It is fantastic. So there's a lot going on. We're going to be talking about a lot more with regard to literature and things like that. But yeah, so thank you very much, both of you, Bacon and Retro Nerd Girl, for being here. It has been amazing. I think this was a great Halloween. Thank you very much for being here. Thank you, everybody who has been here for Halloween with us. It has been amazing. Thank you for everyone who has been here in the comments, and also everyone who is here when you come on later on. Whether you're watching later, when you're watching later, thank you very much for your for watching later. All right, whatever.
You're at the replay.
Right, on the replay. Thank you very much. Later, everyone. Thank you so
Take
much.
care, everyone. Thank you so much.
Guys.